Hey guys, Thomas Jr. here, aka Mustached Tom. And while this isn't my 200 subscriber video special, it is something a little bit different that I have been meaning to do ever since the release of this video, which is a little bit older now, but I've been meaning to get around to it. This video, named 2 Professional Writers Give 50 Actual Writing Tips. This is a response based off of Lily Orchard's writing tips, which are very poorly put out on Twitter, and then they responded to it with their own writing tips, and I'll leave a link in the description to this video, as these tips are general use things, but it did spark something within me to create my own little writing video with my own writing tips, except the distinction I want to make, so this isn't just me trying to imitate this video, is I'm going to be going in depth on how to become an objectively better writer. And yes, I'm using the term objective, and the reason for that is that I'm going to explain standards in a basic format, so even the most entry-level writer can watch the video and come away with some understanding about what some of these tips actually might mean in the process of doing it. So what you're going to see me do is I'm going to make a quick edit. The writing portion will be on this side, and I'm going to be on a smaller frame on the right side, because OBS is weird and I had to format it that way. But nonetheless, I wanted to go over these tips and make sure that this video is longer, that goes more in depth, make sure things are being explained and explored, so people aren't just going, well, that's a tip. Because something I've noted of someone who's been on YouTube for 6 years, I've seen my fair share of YouTube, like how to become a better YouTuber type of videos, and a lot of these videos do the same generic tips and tricks. A lot of them overlap, and some of them, I should say a majority of them, lack the actual in-depth explanation of how to do certain things, and that has always irritated me as a YouTuber who's been doing this for 6 years now. Now, I'm not saying that some of these tips aren't effective, like buying a microphone, which is something I did. It is an investment that you, the YouTuber, have to make. Luckily for me, the microphone that I got was relatively cheap. It was like $12. But point being said is that being a YouTuber is an investment if you are wanting to become one of those. And again, if I were to make my own version of becoming a better YouTuber, I would take the very same format that I'm going to be doing here, which is going over the objective nature of writing in this case. More akin to what you would see of like how to draw maybe like better, more well-designed structures or characters, something of that nature, except in the form of writing, of course. So one of the other main reasons I'm doing this is to help you avoid making something like this. This is Syndicate X, made by me, Thomas Jr. There's my name. There's my cover. There's my dumb face on the back of the book. The reason I want to help avoid making something like this is that when I was able to look at this story objectively, look at the very structure, the very essence of fundamental storytelling, this book is objectively bad. And I want to help people avoid writing something as bad as this. I published this back in 2014, back when I didn't know as much in terms of objective writing. I had some of the fundamentals down, but not all of them. and there were even more grammatical errors that I didn't even catch, which is something I'm going to go over as well. And that to me wanted to help, again, people who might not be at the very first level, someone who may be very well inspiring to say, I want to write a book or a novel or something. And some of these tips and tricks may cross over into reviewing as well. That very well may happen in this very video. I'm not making a guarantee or a promise, but it's potentially going to happen. I would like to also point out that this video clearly isn't scripted. But I do still have a fundamental understanding, or a better fundamental understanding from when I wrote that back in 2014, about how to write a better story. So that intro took 6 minutes, and I haven't even begun to talk about the actual writing process. And this video is only the video that I have up, as you can see, is 7 minutes and 42 seconds, which I feel is a little bit unjustified when it comes to talking about writing tips and how to actually execute those writing tips. Instead of just saying, this is the writing tip, I'm trying to make a video that says, this is the writing tip, this is how you implement that writing tip, how to actually go about certain things. So I'm going to cut away and make a quick edit, and we shall begin there. Alright, there you go. There's your little cutaway. This took a little bit of figuring out and adjusting to make sure the Word document would be present in this video. But I figured out a way. Again, as I mentioned, the OBS configuration made this a little bit convoluted, but I figured it out. Nonetheless, this is going to be the template for creating, to finding a good starting step for your writing endeavors. For, say, if again, we want to write a book or a novel, those are the primary steps, even though I would say that some of these tips and tricks, as I mentioned, could probably go beyond that. If you want to write for a video game, if you want to write a movie, some of these tips and tricks may follow into some of those elements as well, even though very smaller details will likely change. But this will be primarily focused on books and novelization. But just note, as I mentioned, these tips and tricks will likely be transferable in that context. So this is going to be broken up in a way that is made for, as if you are a very beginner novice writer. You're thinking, oh, I want to write a book, but I don't know where to start. You're thinking big, right? You're thinking big scale. Who do you want to write for? You're asking these really big questions. It starts to become overwhelming. Because let me let you in on a little secret. One of the very first, or later, things I learned about writing this book, or novel I should say, is that I learned that through a quick search that a novel has a very strict set of rules. It has a set number of pages that you need to meet, and it needs a certain number of pages and words that you also need to meet as well, for it to count as, to fall under the construct of a novel. So that does sound intimidating. 40,000 words, all of this, however many pages that equates to. I believe that's about 100 pages, because this book is about that length. And how to structure it in such a way that we are not overwhelming people who are, again, at the very beginning. They may very well be thinking in these bigger steps, and I'm here to deconstruct, start on the very smaller steps. And one of the very first things, I'm going to make sure that my font is readable as I'm typing this. Your ability to answer the following questions. Oops, not that one first. Who, what, when, where, why. And I'm going to put an asterisk next to that one, and how, and I'm also going to put an asterisk next to that one as well. These are the fundamental questions that you want to have as a writer to have the ability to answer them effectively. Not just answer them, but answer them effectively. So again, this is more of a fundamental thing when you're going into a writing process. You're probably going to learn about these questions and how they can vary up between the different who questions and what questions and wheres and whys and hows. So we're going to deconstruct that a little bit as well. So one question that might fall under a who, for an example, is who is this book for, right? That's a who question. But that is a question I would say would fall under something that you might want to consider later on. Not something you should probably start thinking when you're first writing. Because one thing I've learned in my journey of seeing media in general is that even though you might have a fundamental plan of saying who this thing is for, there are going to be instances where you may very well be surprised of the type of audience falls under that thing. And the obvious example of someone who has a secondary channel who watched and reviewed My Little Pony is the audience of My Little Pony. And then I'm talking about the Brony community in this instance. Again, the framework of who is this show for, when might, on a simplistic way of looking at it, will answer, well, this was intended for little girls. What ended up happening was it ended up drawing in a wider audience of older men, and so on and so forth. So again, this might be a question you might want to think about a little bit later on. So let's erase that. So let's think about something a little bit more fundamental, like who are the characters or character in your book? Character or characters, with apostrophe there, in your book, right? That's a question that, could frame your start. Where do you want to begin? Now, if you look online, and if you enter the phrase character sheet, for example, you'll probably get a few examples of Dungeons and Dragons character sheets, and that's all fun and good. But there are some pretty good references to character sheets that can help you start to fill in these the question of who your character is, and start to answer that in an effective way. So what I consider this, answering these questions before we start writing your main story, is pre-writing, right? This is taking something and blocking it into a smaller section. And again, I'm not saying you have to start off this way. I'm just saying that if you're thinking of the whole bigger picture, and if you're getting stuck, if you're having writer's block, again, looking at it from this view may help you, very much so. So, to answer this who question and going under the character sheet, I'm going to establish my own little character sheet here. I'm actually going to go see if I can look at my fonts here. Never mind. So, I'll use my own character as an example of how one may look at a character sheet and how to implement it. So, you gotta start off with really basic information. Your character's name, what they look like probably is gonna be in your story in a written sense, since a written story is not visual. If you're doing a comic book, for example, this might not be an important step because you're looking at the character. It's drawn for the audience, right? So this may be something you want to fill in if you're looking at, again, just writing. And what are they good at, or what are their strengths, and what are they bad at? What are their weaknesses? Right? These are things you're going to learn about in writing classes, and I'm going to put an asterisk next to, not that one. Asterisk next to the weakness, right? Because, of course, you want to avoid the term, and you've probably heard it around the internet a lot. If you've been around the internet a lot, you probably heard the term Mary Sue and Gary Stu be thrown all around, right? And that phrase, by the way, has changed in definition from what it originally meant. Originally, from what I've understood, from what I can look up, very briefly by the way, is that a Mary Sue is sort of more so a self-insert type of character, but more people have come to understand it now as a character that has no flaws, that has no weaknesses, and only appeals to having strengths and being loved by everyone, and they don't overcome anything to a degree that would satisfy general audiences. And of course, you're going to get the primary example of, say, Rey Palpatine. By the way, this video is not concerned about spoilers for any shows or movies, by the way. Just gonna point that out now, since I've already stated that. But the movie's been out for long enough. And even if you don't know what that means, just know that that character is typically stated as being a Mary Sue, and a lot of people have been able to provide evidence that there aren't weaknesses in the character. Their journey is filled with them always succeeding, never failing, to the degree of that which it even pulls against the very theme of the movie, and we're going to talk about themes as well in this video. So again, having your characters have weakness will help you provide a way to approach writing a character that people are going to be naturally more invested in. So we have your character's name, their appearances, again, for book purposes, what they're good at, their strengths, their weaknesses, their personality, what their behavior is, and you can even distinguish that between how they interact with some groups of people and other groups of people, for an example. That's something you can draw out as you're writing your character. And again, even going back to the other questions that I already established, what does this character want? Again, asterisk next to the question of what, right? That question is going to come back very often. What does this character want, right? What is their desires? What do they want? And how, again, feeding into the asterisk question, do they achieve that thing that they want? How do they get it? Achieve what they want. Right? These are things you can start to pick apart, start to think about. And again, I'll use my character as an example. So we're not just looking at these things and ending there. So I'll insert my character name here. Zeke Dartel. He's the main character in the book I just showed you, Syndicate X, which again is objectively bad. So at this point, what I would recommend is doing a little, you probably can't see it that well. If I scroll a little bit to the left here, you can see the file. And you'll see a save as. This would probably be an early, you might want to do this as soon as you start writing. So I'm going to go in my Syndicate X folder. I have a folder dedicated to my book, right? I'm going to name it, instead of unknown, I'm going to rename it Zeke Dartel. And I'm going to save that. So now I have a system that I've already developed for my organization of where I want to place all my stuff based off of my book, right? Now I have a character sheet for Zeke Dartel, which is actually something I didn't have before, but I wanted to wait until I made this video to make it along with you guys. So appearance, and truth be told, this character would probably fit under the original definition of Mary Sue. He's a bit of a self-insert character, if you will. but he is not the current definition, which would be a character without flaw. So, I'm a bit of a chunky fellow. I have a bit of a chunky face, facial hair. So, you can say black hair. Again, I wish the font was a little bit smaller here. And you being able to see that. Let's see if we can get the font to be a little bit smaller here. So I currently have it at 30. Hopefully you can still see it at 18. Hope that's still legible for you people watching this as I do this. This is just so I can fit a little bit more on the screen here. Brown eyes or hazel eyes. I'll go with hazel since that's a more, I guess, definitive color with what my eyes are. Mustache, you can see if I'm self-inserting and if I'm describing it. But I'm still going to write this down for myself later on. So I have that information pre-written for me, so when I'm writing in my main story, I can just look back to this if I'm ever stumped or ever in a position of like, oh, I don't know what to do. Mostly wears, plain t-shirts and pants. Nothing too crazy here. Pants. T-shirt. But plants. Plain. And I might even, jeans and t-shirt. Again, just filling out really basic information. Anything else that may pop out in terms of appearance? You can say he's a bit of a more stocky-esque character. That just means a little on the fat side. In the 20s still. I'm in my late 20s at this point, but still, so that can give me an impression of age, of, wrinkles, if I'm going to use those types of descriptors. And again, this is going to help for a smaller portion of the bigger story, right? This might even fit under one paragraph of content of what is going to consist of the main story, and that's something I want to get out of the way and get back to the other elements that make the character. So let's leave it at that. We're getting somewhere, but I want to definitely get to the strengths and weaknesses, as those two things, as I mentioned earlier, are definitely going to be things that people are going to focus on a lot more than just what a character looks like. Even though, in some instances, a character looking a very distinct way can help them stick out, which is true later on in the story, but for now, I'll say later, I'll give myself the note, even though I already know it to be true later on in the story. They make a Syndicate X uniform. So now I'm giving myself information. That's all I'm doing. And this is really basic stuff under the appearance. And it's all I'm doing, right? I'm not, hyper thinking about like, oh, how am I going to get to 20 pages? How am I going to get to 30 pages? I'm breaking it down. I'm looking at the smaller, just the character. I'm looking at very smaller aspects of the story. So let's talk about strengths. So let's say, and I know the character already, let's say you don't, and you want to, this character, Zeke Dartel, I come to the conclusion that I want him to be good at fighting, right? I'm going to put a little semicolon there, because it's like a list. That's what a semicolon is preceded by, usually, or a subtitle after the fact. And I'll move the asterisk of weakness to the beginning. Oh, I hate when my Word document does that. It erases the thing that came before, sometimes on its own. I don't know. If someone knows how to stop that from happening, let me know. It has always irritated me and I would never find out the answer. Anyway, that's supposed to say weakness, so I'll just rewrite it, because it's going to eat up the previous word on its own. Weakness, there we go. So we have fighting. Now, independently, right, just saying that to me is not enough. They're good at something, right? The question, what did I just say? What's down here? I'm going to make these words a little bit smaller as well. Let's get it down to 18 as well, right? These questions, right? How is the character good at fighting? So now I'm just combining things, right? I'm looking at my strengths. I'm going, okay, the character is good at fighting. Well, someone might read that and go, well, how are they good at fighting, right? And I'll put in a little parentheses bracket or whatever you want to put. I personally just use this version of the parentheses to help separate things, and I'll be doing that for the rest of the video as we go on along this long video that will help you hopefully make some, hopefully this will be useful to somebody out there. So I answered, the character is good at fighting, and I'm going to put in my little bracket here, they learned how to fight because they were bullied at a young age and wanted to defend themselves, or wanted to learn how to defend themselves, himself. So now, what I've done is I've answered the question that might pop up. He's good at fighting. How? He learned how to fight. And I might even go more in depth. Did he take martial arts classes? How long did he do it? I personally did Taekwondo in real life. I got to yellow belt, by the way. Not, that good. Considering that's only one above white belt, which is the lowest rank. But you get the drift now, right? We're starting to establish not just what your character is good at, but how they achieve that thing that they are good at, right? If you're going to say your character is good at drawing, well, did they practice drawing every single day until they were started to get really good at it? Were they a prodigy? Although I would not use that too often. Again, to try to avoid that Mary Sue status, I would say try to avoid the whole prodigy thing for every answer, for every strength that you may come across. Again, you want to establish these things that you can think of it sort of like code, like a video game code. Because something is something, something is something else. And in this instance, this character Zeke Dartel is good at fighting because he trained himself at a young age because he was attacked at an early age. This equals to this equals to this equals to this. And it also falls under cause and effect a little bit, right? Because this character was attacked at a young age, the effect is that they trained to become better at fighting. You're actually starting to think of cause and effect, even though you're just answering the how question in this instance. And that's going to help you become a better writer, is understanding cause and effect, and understanding, every action has a reaction, or every thing that you do has a consequence. Or even, in some instances, even a lack of doing something can have consequences, and I'll go into more on that in a little bit as well. So again, all I did was look at my questions and answer, well, how's this character good at fighting? That's all I did. I really simplified it to the degree of it really being almost fundamental code. That's the way I look at objective writing almost. It's like code. If this equals this, this equals this, or it leads to this, it leads to this answer, it leads to you becoming a better writer once you start to figure out how to write these answers to these questions in an effective manner. So what are they? What are this character's weaknesses? And again, I use the asterisk beforehand now. And what I might write might confuse you at first. So I'm going to put lazy. Now you might ask, well, wait a minute. Lazy kind of contradicts fighting, does it not? Right? Because laziness inherently is like you don't want to really do anything. I'm lazy in real life, if I'm being blunt about it. But again, I'm going to put an asterisk. Can easily be goaded. Goaded meaning prompted to do something. Goaded into fighting from his girlfriend, friends, and family. So now I've established, while he's lazy outside of fighting, he can easily be goaded into fighting. So I'm distinguishing between these things that would normally probably contradict each other. This is how you can create an interesting character when you can think of any weakness, right? And again, just explaining how the character can get around the weakness, or how they're working on their weakness, how they're improving on their weaknesses. Again, a story and a character that more people want to follow is a character that is going on some sort of, character arc, a journey, if you will. They want to see more characters reach from point A to point B, and get all the nitty gritty of everything in between. So again, just answering this question, even though these two things, the strength and the weakness, might inherently contradict each other on a, if you're just looking on the surface, now that I've detailed it, I can say, well, that's still a weakness, but it applies, outside of fighting, and it still applies to the character. And I might want to add a few more as well. So, I'm a very forgetful person. Forgetful. And that's just general. So, I might even keep that pretty loose. For the time being, I might just leave it as that. He's very forgetful. He can be reminded of things. It might take a little bit longer for me in real life to memorize certain aspects. I remember just a little anecdote. In an acting class, when I was given a little script, I remember reading it way more than I probably should have had to memorize every single word, so I can, even though my performance was a little bit more strict, I was able to memorize every word. And that's a weakness that I have, is that, in order for me to memorize certain things, I have to be a little bit more concentrated at that, so I might falter in other areas. So again, that might be even something I write here. But for the time being, I know that I'm writing this in a way that at least I'm starting to get an aspect of what the character is in a basic way. And again, I might want to add like one more strength to balance it out. But for the time being, let's move on a little bit, right? So personality. Now this personality is based off of what I just established, right? I just established that this character's good at fighting at this point in time. By the time we see him at the start of the beginning, he's good at fighting, and then later on I explain stuff beforehand that establishes what makes him a good fighter. So I'm going to say he's confident, right? So now his personality, I'm already thinking in ways, well, how does that connect to the things that I'm already establishing, right? Now, of course, you can go even more than that. You can write whatever personality you want to, but, you know, for myself, at least for this character, I wanted to think of things that would, you know, connect with each other in that sort of way. So he's confident, and again, it comes from the things I described. He's outgoing. I'm trying to remember the words. When you're like more enclosed and more outgoing, there's like another word for it. My brain is a little blah on that in the moment, but whatever. Point being, he's very talkative, right? And since this is my character sheet, this is me pre-writing, I'm even going to help distinguish, you know, if there's an inspiration, for example, of a character that I know that this character is very inspired from, I may even write what that character's name is here. For example, Goku. Now, people know who watch Dragon Ball know who Goku is. I know who Goku is. When I write that in my pre-writing notes here, I know who that is. I'm not going to write that in my story, of course, but I instantly have an idea of what that character means, what that character's personality is, how that character interacts with certain things. And again, you can even, you know, go over the same things with Goku. Strengths, weaknesses, you know, he's not the most intelligent character in the world. Let's say that can fall under a weakness, right? But he's, again, incredibly strong, incredibly good at fighting, as Zeke Dartel happens to also fall under that category as well. So now, I have an idea of what this character may even remind some people of. I have that idea in my head, but I want to make this character distinct. And the other thing I did under weaknesses, by the way, is I've already established another character, right? A girlfriend. Zeke Dartel in the story has a girlfriend. He has friends as well, and family as well. So I'm already starting to think ahead in this one individual block of just writing this one character. And just from writing this one character, I've already established he has a girlfriend, another character, friends, plural, meaning, more characters, and family, meaning more characters. So now I can write more character sheets and fill in those as I see fit. So again, even just writing a character sheet on a basic premise can help you start to think another, one step, two steps ahead sort of ordeal. So now that we've achieved that, let's go over what does this character want. This is a big question and might take a little bit for you to unpack. And again, this comes from just understanding your ability to answer your what and how questions, again, being the ones in the asterisk. So my character, Zeke Dartel, he wants to be an unconventional superhero, or as more people would equate to, an anti-hero. To become an anti-hero, or hero. I'm even going to make that distinction. I'm going to put in a little dash there, hero. So why did I just do that? Well, we're going to get into that, right? So I've made a pretty simple claim. And how do they achieve to become a hero? You can use the fighting in the process. They fight the villains, right? Again, I'm just looking back right at what I just wrote. By fighting, villains or whatever. So I'm going to leave a little space here for myself. So now we have a pretty, basic character sheet. This is on one page of content here. But, let's go back to this little thing I did here, anti-hero, hero. So now I'm starting to think, well, what about the character's journey? Does this character have a character arc? Now, I'm going to say that not every character needs a character arc. Probably the main character probably should have one. I'm not going to say it's mandatory. Some characters, I think, have very stationary, jobs. Sherlock Holmes is the immediate example I come to think of when I think of a character who stays pretty consistent in everything he does. So that's an example. So I don't want to say that that's necessarily a rule that every character, again, needs to go through a character arc. But then there's the rules that I would say that would apply to a character like Sherlock Holmes. I would say if you are going to go down that route, then all of your other characters should either have character arcs or be very, very interesting characters to follow. And again, filling this out way more detailed than even this would probably be in your favor if you're going to choose that route. But for the sake of this, I'm going to go over what a character arc is, how to establish it, how to go through it step by step. So this character, as I put in the little thing, anti-hero dash hero. So I want to make a character arc. I want to say this character starts as an anti-hero and ends up being a distinguishable hero by the end of their journey. Obviously, point A is different from point B. And just making a 360 and just saying, oh, he's just a hero now, is not a satisfying answer. AKA doing something like, say, Kylo Ren, where he's just like, oh, I'm the bad guy, but I'm angry and I'm a good guy. Oh, am I a good guy? No, I'm a bad guy. That sort of switch that you see in those movies, that's not good writing. I'm going to tell you that now, and I'm going to save you the trouble of every single criticism I've ever heard, falling under the Disney Star Wars movies. A lot of people, who are looking at it from an objective lens, they're going to tell you that that's not a good character arc. And that's because that character lacks what I'm about to go over now, and that's what I would fall under story beats, aka in the character arc. So they're in a position where they start at the beginning. So we're going to put start here. You're going to think of it like a line, right? Your story, for the simplicity sake of a character arc, we're going to think of it as a line. So we're starting at the beginning, and at the beginning we know that they are indeed an anti-hero. And you might give an establishment to what that means. What does an anti-hero mean, right? So the character steals something, for example, but gives to the poor. Like very Robin Hood, right? Robin Hood, for example, is an anti-hero under that very basic premise. Right? A hero would not do this. They would, they would find a way to help the poor people in another way. They would do it in a way that does not compromise them stealing objects, right? They would find another way. They would probably, raise money on their own and then give to the poor, right? That's how you would distinguish between anti-hero and hero in that sense. So now we are establishing where the character starts. Beat 1, very beginning, middle, we have a situation where the character does something a little bit more in line with heroism, right? Say something like an example from Superman, Man of Steel, which is a terrible movie, an objectively horrible movie, but we're going to use the example anyway. Uh, saves a bus filled with children. That's what happens in that scene. We know it. If you've seen it, you know what I'm referring to. Even if you don't, you can follow along, hopefully. But is criticized for it, right? So now, and this is what happens in the film, right? Clark is criticized by his own uncle, which is very unorthodox, and he says, you know, his Uncle Ben is very, very poorly represented in this scene where he says maybe you should have let those kids die, right? And again, themes breaking apart at the seams in that movie. But we're gonna leave it simple, right? We're not gonna say he's a family member. He's criticized by someone else, right? By someone else. We're gonna leave it vague for now. But just so I have a framework in mind that if I wanted to do this scene where he does this character Zeke Dartel does something more heroic, but is still seen as something else, right? Another thing I want to establish in my character sheet is I already know what type of book Syndicate X is, right? I've already published it. So I know that this is an action-based book. In the genre sense. In the video that I just prompted in the little thing, it says that genre is... They describe genre in a very weird way, I want to say almost. They say that genre isn't necessarily important, or, you know, it's more important to selling the product, and I don't agree with that 100%. I see genre way more importantly, and I will get to why I've come to that fundamental understanding, why genre is way more important. And we're going to get into why I have come to that conclusion, and why I will include it in this objective video. So I know that this is a superhero action-packed story, so I know that this character is going to have powers, right? That's something I would probably want to include in this character sheet. And I already know that these powers that have existed since forever. Every single power under the roof probably exist. There aren't a lot of powers off of the top of my head have probably been yet to be explored, right? Unless you're talking about, like, really obscure. And even then, so, would you consider a power necessarily? I don't know. Telekinesis. Hopefully I'm spelling this right. Telekinesis. I think that's right. Luckily for me, and I would do this under editing, I have my little spell check here. I can just check and go, oh, that's spelled wrong. Whoops, let me change that real quick. I also spelled appearance. This is something, by the way, you would do in your editing. Something you would not do in your first script, and I would highly advise doing this. That's unnecessary. So ignore that. Goated is apparently a word, huh? Well, I don't know. I'll leave that the same then. I'll add that as well. So I'm just looking at my words. I spelled criticized wrong. So that's something I would recommend you do once you've written all your material and you're done with your first draft, by the way. I wouldn't be too worried about, you know, what things are spelled like. But, you know, just to make this look neat for people watching this, I want to make sure that people seeing this are seeing the right words and everything, and it looks... Again, I know what telekinesis means, right? Being able to move objects with your mind. I have a basic understanding of that, so I can leave it as simplistic as that. I can even detail it a little bit more with the little marking. It comes in the form of this blue-like energy. And again, I might describe what that blue energy may even look like. How it transitions from normal to blue and all those things within the context of the story. But again, a little friendly reminder to myself that, oh, the energy is, it appears blue. Just a little note. Again, very minor, but, Anyways, getting back to the middle section. So, we have Zeke Dartel. Let's just say, for the sake of this argument, he saved a bus filled with children. But he's seen by someone else who is human, right? Because what I established up here is that he has powers. And another thing about my story I'll put under this is that he is seen as what I, in the story, I refer to as a creature. Some may, when you're thinking of things like X-Men and things of that nature, you look at the whole, what does it mean to be, mutants, and, the whole, does it represent, second class, or, people who may very well fall under the LGBT community, things of that nature. You might start to think of, deeper things like that. And here, I'm establishing a little bit of world building, actually, here, through this little note. I want to make sure I'm noting that now to you people, seeing this and hopefully learning a little bit, is that I'm already thinking of world building when I write that he is seen as a creature. In this world, he is seen as a creature from normal people. And I'll even write that, from normal people. And, I'm using normal in a very loose way, but I get the gist of that separation that I want to make in the story. Normal in the sense of not having powers. Right? So now I've established a little bit of world building in my character sheet. And again, I might even write that for every character, or I might even move that to my world building, my where. Where are we? What world are we in? I might move that there if I feel like that question lines up. But I want to make sure that people who are seeing this, who are seeing me understand this phrase, know that I'm referring to the world building as well. And it applies to this character, so it applies to the who as well. So it's answering two questions, which is neat. So he's criticized by a human. This human's seeing some, whatever he's seeing, the blue energy, right? Something that you probably wouldn't see in normal day situations. He might, misconvey that or misread the situation, and that's where the criticisms may arise. Now, what I will make a note of here is that the children that were saved thank the character, right? They thank Zeke Dartel for his actions. And this, right here, this line I just wrote, falls under something I think is very important as well in your character description. What does your character... Again, the what question coming back, right? The asterisk. What does your character... I'm going to spell that wrong. Whoops. What does your character value? This question, to me, is very important, right? Because nowhere here did I answer that question, right? What are their values? What do they find interest, do they respect? Do they value family? Do they value money? Do they value, certain ideologies, say, for example? Thinking about this question, again, a big what question, will go a long way in helping you. So my character is a little bit on the wacky side, so he values having a fun time, but, within a reasonable context, what that means. He does still value family, which I'll write down, which is true. And those closest to him, I'll put in the little thing right there. So this person that I've made up, this random person, does not fall under that value, right? But the kids are showing something that is going against this, right? He's seen by, as a creature, right? He's seen as a creature, which, if I write that now, it'll replace, but whatever. I'll rewrite it. It's fine. Seen as a creature from normal people. There we go. And there's a distinction in my world that I want to emphasize is that, I want to make, if I want to make that comparison to X-Men, right? X-Men are not seen as equal to humans. They're seen as these creatures that are, they're, causing destruction. They're doing the bad, according to some people. So again, I'll reestablish that in my world building. But the characters that I just established, these children, they don't follow that strict. They don't also criticize. Even though under normal circumstances, under this circumstance, they value just being saved, right? They value life in the most general sense possible. They are excluding the fact how they were saved. And this makes the character revalue what is important. This event may add a value or remove a value. This is something to consider as you're writing your character arc. What is changing as each event happens. So as he's thanked, he's starting to, and I'll write this down as I'm saying it, as the kids thank him, he revalues what he wants. Right? He wanted to be an anti-hero, but now he's thinking, I just saved these kids. They treated me in a way that I've not been treated in the past, and that's something else I can add to this character sheet. What is this character's background? What were they like growing up until this point of the story? Now, this is just building up your character a little bit more. So, I can fill that in as a kid. He was put in a situation where his father pointed a gun, this happens in the story, by the way, to his forehead. And I'll leave it at that for now. I'll leave it very simplistic, right? I can fill out more if I want to, because there is more to that situation. But for the time being, I have a general understanding of where, even other aspects of what this character values or not values can be found in the background, right, of this character what came before, of the starting point of where we see the character. Again, this is very something you would find in Dungeons and Dragons as well, but I'm saying understanding this in terms of just writing in general is also equally as important here. So now look at this character sheet, right? It has a lot going on now. It's very distinct. He revalues what he wants, right? He valued being one thing, an anti-hero, and now he's reconsidering just being a hero. So he revalues anti-hero to being more heroic, even more heroic. You know, ditching more of the things that he would have done in the past for things he might consider doing now that he's seeing these kids interact with a way with him that was not established beforehand, but is being established in the middle of the story, which is, you know, something that I feel is important, where you're establishing certain things should probably be considered. And of course, by the end, you have a character, you know, that's a short character arc, but point being that by the end, he's a fully fledged hero, recognized hero, full hero. I'll leave it at simplistic as that. Beautiful. And I'll know what that means, and I know what that means to my story, but point being that we have a bit of a character arc here, right? He started anti-hero, had, you know, I wrote one thing that happens in the middle that transitions him to being more closer to a hero, and then I end with him being a full hero. Now, of course, within the context of a full story, I might delve deeper. You know, are there more situations that pop up later on, which is what ends up happening, right? I know that to be true in the newer version of Syndicate X in a way that I hope to one day republish. But for the time being, even in my older version, I think I did kind of adjust this a little bit, but not to the best of my ability back in 2014. So, now we have a fully fledged individual character. Still, that took, now I'm entering 2 pages, and this is just the character sheet. And I'm now entering my 2nd page, and all I did was answer the question, who is this character? If I did this for every single character in my book, I'd probably have a lot of pages that to deal with and go through, and I do have a lot of characters in the story, by the way, but I do want to address these other questions, which is why this is going to be a long video. So what? Again, the what can also have an asterisk. What is happening? What is the story about? You can think of bigger context, so I'll add the asterisk after so it doesn't delete my little thing. So what is the story about? I'm actually going to move these questions a little bit around. I'm going to, for the sake of this, I'm going to answer the question where next, because I did talk about world building, and I want to talk about that more. So where, I already know this, so where does your book take place, right? That is the question that I want to answer to myself, so I know here and now that I can answer that question fulfillingly and establish it within the context of the story. So, I already have a name for the planet, Valhalla, like that. And I could just leave it at that, right? That would be the easy, lame way out. But, just like a character sheet, I'm going to go in depth. I'm going to, you know, what does this place look like? And I'm thinking of ways, because I understand what this means when I put it the United States. I know what the structure of that looks like when I think of state, you know, actual lines and what kind of structure that looks like. Again, I can image that in my mind and go, okay, so I kind of wanted something that is familiar-ish to the United States, but this is a different planet, by the way. And, you know, jokingly, I called it like a second Earth, like Earth 2 or whatever, right? So I'm distinguishing between, this is not Earth, but it is habitable. That is the context of the world I am creating. And again, I can just go into this one country and start to fill in what does each little area look like. Like north, the north side, the middle side, the eastern side. I'm just thinking of cardinal directions here, right? The southern side and the western side of this country look like. You can really dig down. Now, each of these sections does appear in the story at least once. So, that's something I understand of the story. So it is a bit of an action-adventure story. There is a lot of traveling. So I guess that, again, I think of way of genre, I understand what that means. So the northern area from the book is a very forest-like area. And I'll leave it very simplistic for the time being. And I'll describe it more as, I start to fill these in. Have my little semicolons to separate this middle. I'm going to say, because I understand what capitalism is, very, and I also know what utopia is, so I'm going to put utopian, I think I'm spelling that right. Let me quick check. I'm going to be very anal about this. Oh, okay. So utopian capitalist area. Right? Capitalist. So I know that being a capitalist is all about making that money, right? And a utopian version of that, a lot of people here are making that big bucks. The buildings are very lush, very big. Again, I can very mentally imagine what a capitalist utopian that you would look like. Very business oriented. Again, I may even start to fill in some of that out, but for the time being, I'll leave it just at that. And again, I never eat soggy waffles. I did that on purpose. If your cardinal direction is, I believe that's clockwise, I'm moving in that direction. The eastern part is the slums, so very distinct from the middle section. The southern section is a dock area, for boats. And the western area is like a desert. I know what all of these words mean, and I will be expanding upon them. But okay, so now I have these little one-word answers to these questions, but I will expand upon them further. Now, the thing about world building is that, does any of this affect the plot? And that's a question that I find fundamentally important in storytelling. Now, in their video, and the original, quote, I believe from Lily, was something along the lines of, too much world building is bad. I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember exactly what her wording was, but it came down to essentially saying that statement. And the statement that I would make, and even alter it from the video that they say, I think they say something along the lines of, I forget how they respond to the amount of world building, but what I'll say in terms of that is the world building. If your world building affects the plot, thinking about it like code again, right? If your world building affects the plot, the main story, then it is necessary. So, what do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at a very famous example. Star Wars. Everyone knows what Star Wars is, at least I would hope so. In Star Wars, you have ships flying around, battling it out, because that's what Star Wars do. But we understand from the original movies is that, how these ships are maneuvering, how they're able to escape, how the good guys escaping for the bad guys. The ships that are functioning in this world need to be explained in a way that can, have us understand how the good guys get away from the bad guys, right? Want to be able to establish that, because you don't want to get to the point where you're thinking of the new Disney trilogy and you think of like hyper skipping or whatever what do they call it in that movie? Oh god, I'm actually struggling to remember what it was now. It's like hyper skip jumping is what they called it, I think. And that was an excuse in a trilogy. Now, if that's in your world building initially, then I would say, okay, I guess that makes sense. Like, if you establish that at the very beginning, but, just gonna say this now, if you're someone who wants to do more than one book or more than one movie, my advice is as follows. The world building needs to make sense, right? If you want to say that something evolves from point A to point B, like a character development, it needs to come from somewhere. We need to understand, and we need as an audience to understand what that is, if it is affecting the plot, right? Finn and Poe being able to skip away from the villain, we do not understand that because it is suddenly introduced as something that they could just do to escape. And we go, wait, where did that come from? Where, right? Where did that come from? The where. How does that even function? We're just looking at the questions, and if you're unable to answer that question in a reasonable way within the context of your story, then you're not writing good. You're not writing well. If you want to be semantic about wording. So again, if the world building is connected to your plot like Star Wars, then you need to expand and explain your rules. And I'm going to put an asterisk next to that one. In your world, if you want to have world building, like, as big as Star Wars is, the rules, you need to establish what these are and understand, once you've established this is what you have to now follow. In the same vein, say my own book, Syndicate X, since I don't want to just say, look at Star Wars, Disney bad, looking at my own book, what are the rules that I know in my book is that I think of this source of power kind of as, very loosely like a chi-like energy. Like an energy that has a limit. So now, in my story of world building, in this world of Syndicate X, where these characters have superpowers, I'm going to establish a rule for myself that these characters have a limit to the amount of times they can do X power. Where the energy differentiates is going to differ from person to person, but each person is going to have a limit. Every single character is going to follow this rule. I will not break this rule under any circumstance, because now I'm saying, well, now there's an exception to this rule, and that breaks the world building. So this might seem like a detriment, right? But let me tell you, this is like the weakness in character writing. This is going to strengthen your writing if you start to establish certain rules within your world building. So I wanted to emphasize that. Again, think of rules like the weakness, and again, I established why weaknesses are important to character. Think in terms of rules as that same thing. It is to make people go, okay, I understand that. They understand the rules. They understand that your character has weaknesses, which, allows them to better connect with. Now they understand the rules. They understand how it works. They're understanding the how it works. So again, all you're doing is answering that question of how, and you're connecting it to the world building. So again, simple rule too, right? Because in my world, I don't want to have characters unlimitlessly blasting energy 24/7, right? That would just be ridiculous for my story. Because that seems overpowered. Like, they can answer any they can answer any thing that comes their way because they have an unlimitless potential, right? So me establishing that rule makes sure that I say, okay, well, hold on, let me bring it down a little bit. Say, okay, there is a limit. I'll determine what that limit is later on, probably. But I want to establish now, here in the world building, in the where and the how as well, that there is a rule, that I am going to follow with it, and that no matter how many books, if I write a Syndicate X2, which I did, by the way, that this rule still applies. Right, I'm going to get up for a second, I'm going to look for my book, I'm going to prove to you, right? Don't believe me? Here it is, Syndicate, I can't see it as well because it's blue, Syndicate X2, the lighting is poor. There we go, if I pull it back and lean it, there we go. Syndicate X2, there it is. So now, I wanted to establish that I wrote 2 books. But, since I know I did that, I want to establish that I understand that the rules from Syndicate X1 to Syndicate X2 are still going to apply. Right? I'm not going to suddenly say, oh, well, no, they can go whatever. Oh, my cat's somewhere nearby. Anyway, before I get too distracted, okay, so we have a rule. I'll leave it at that, because I know what's going to happen if I type beforehand. So we're going to go back to our where, and we're going to start to fill in all these other details. So, forest, right, a very lush forest with very tropical animals, there we go. Deadly plants. Not the pleasantest place to live, but I understand. Has a temple. So now I'm starting to just describe in more detail what these areas look like to myself. Again, these are descriptors, very important for writing a novelization. You want to help your audience visualize in a book format what your areas look like, right? Walled off, tall buildings, business-centric. Centric. I think I spelled that wrong, but whatever. Beaten down, lawless. Torn down buildings. Docks. You have your boats, wooden docks, smaller buildings, but complete buildings, so it's not as bad as the slums. It's a little bit more habitable. And I'm determining from this what areas are more as well. What areas are got to be more focused on desert? You think a minute, sandy desert. I think there's like another way you use desert, but I'm troubling remembering what it is. But anyway, I'm pretty sure most people think of sand when they think desert. And there's like this one small police station hidden away in there somewhere. That's also in the story. So I'm just throwing in a little bit of where these areas are, what they look like, and I'll establish them further. So since the what has an asterisk next, so I'm just going to pull this when question up. So now we have our when. When does this book take place? Well, I'm going to say since we live in the 2020s now, and I want to think a little bit futuristically, we've been to space like once or whatever, but we're gonna go crazy with it a little bit. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters too much. You can even go like this. You don't have to specify. I don't feel as deeply in your when. I will say if you're someone who's looking at, you want to be more accurate within a time frame, say if you are writing a book based on Earth, if there's a location in a specific time frame, if you're looking at a more realistic, closer to realistic book, then I would say that is when you would probably do your research and say, look up what you're talking about and do all that stuff. So I'm going to save that there, if it is based on a location, do some basic research, right? Again, that's not going to apply to every story, obviously, but, it's just there. So now we have our what, why, and how. And we already answered some of these questions in other formats, right? We already went over all of those questions back in our character independently of these three, independently of each other. So now we can start thinking about, if the what is independent, what is your book about? That's the big question, right? And again, we answered some whys and hows. And these are going to consistently come back. Alright. Okay. So here, you're going to start thinking about, okay, so, and this is actually where I'm actually talking about genre a little bit. I think this is a good place to do it. Right, because I do think that genre helps a little bit more than the video that I referred to just a moment ago establishes. So the way I look at genre, right, in terms of what your book is about, I see genre as a template of how you can start to structure your story. Yeah. So, very typical genres that we are aware of are as such. We have action, which my book falls under. We have adventure, which my book falls under. We have, I'm going to move my line down a little bit, so excuse me. Okay. So I'm just going to drag that right back. So we have action, we have adventure. And I'm going to try to get as many of these as possible. We have comedy. We have drama. We have horror. We have mystery. What am I missing? Right. A thriller kind of is like a subgenre, I want to say. And that, I'll talk about subgenre a little bit more here as well. But let's just start with these, right? Action. Right. When you think of action stories, action movies, action, that can categorize, fighting movies, mostly. I'm trying to think of like an example of something a lot of people would instantly recognize, right? Or the sci-fi genre, right? That's one. So anyways, to action. I immediately think of a Jackie Chan movie, but I can't actually think of the names of movies off the top of my head that fall under this category. But point being, we know that if I said that, if I were to tell you, if I were to say describe what an action thing would contain, you'd probably say it does contain some sort of fight, right? Does contain a fight. Right. My book is about the superheroes fighting these supervillains or anti-heroes, in this case fighting supervillains and becoming heroes through more altruistic means. Excuse me. So, the reason why I'm starting to talk about genre and the what is that I believe that understanding these will help you format your story. Right? At least understanding the basics of what each of these means will help you identify, okay, so let's say I want my book to be about something that contains, I want an action-based book, right? I want to make the next Jackie Chan story, but with a different, younger actor. I think Jackie Chan's, he's he's aged, so, other actors, Jet Li, who are very fighting oriented. There are a few of them blanking on their names, but point getting across. We know that the story contains some sort of fight, and I would, some people say that the superhero genre isn't a genre. I would actually classify it at this point as a subgenre of action. Subgenre. And I would I would personally just say that for the if you're being super specific about what genre you want to start to scope into, just like for horror, you have the thriller. I see that as a subgenre of horror. There's also a tragedy. So we have these subgenres that, again, can help implement your way of functioning a basic story. So we know on sci-fi, which is short for science fiction, so fiction being a fictitious story, not true, in other words, but is based on some fact, right? Fiction that is based on some fact. That is what sci-fi if you were to say it in one sentence, right? That is the baseline of what you should be able to say. And I'm pretty sure there's a proper definition, but I'm trying to just, off script, think of the most basic understanding of, what any person, even someone starting fresh, has no experience writing, how they can come to understand what science fiction means, or what sci-fi means. Adventure, a story that spans locations from a point A to a point B. It's doing that thing again. There you go. So now we have an adventure, right? We know that it spans locations usually, has an A to B, like B in this instance being the final location, so I would actually just write Z instead, because you would think Z is the final letter, so A to Z, right? With Z being your final destination. Your final location, the location of where your characters are trying to go. And now you have a structure, right? What is your book about? Well, I want my book to be about people exploring a cave. How? Going right back to the questions, how do they get to the cave? Do they take a car? Are they already at the cave? Is that even the point of your story? Is the adventure to get to the cave, or is the point of your story to explore the cave in a general sense, right? Again, what are you trying to achieve? And again, understanding what adventure is can start to filter some of your ideas in a way that can start to function in a, again, the most basic, fundamental points, right? A comedy is a story, should be filled with, I'm trying to think of how to word this, because I wouldn't say I'm an expert on comedy. I understand comedy in a general sense, but these are the ones I start to have a little bit more trouble with. A story filled with, if a definition is based off of the word, right? A story filled with comedic elements, right? I don't know how helpful that is. That's kind of where I'm getting stuck in this definition. I'm trying to think. There is like a word, like stories that have like the circumstances that the adventure or the character is dealing with are, over the top, or something along those lines, maybe. Like over the top situations, I guess, that can produce comedy. What produces comedy? Some absurdity. And again, since I'm someone who struggles a little bit more with comedy, and I would recommend this if you are someone who's looking at this genre sheet going, I don't understand this. Again, looking online, going, what kinds of comedy are there? Now, I know some answers, right? There's physical comedy. I'll just put C for now, keep it short. Physical comedy. There are puns that can fall under a type of comedy. There is lowbrow humor. Lowbrow humor and highbrow humor. If you don't know what I mean by that, lowbrow humor, think anything that is below the waist, physically below the waist. Your butt, your penis, your vagina, yes, I'm just saying the words. Those things, everything below the belt. Lowbrow humor, right? Farts below the belt that comes out of your ass, right? Lowbrow humor. Highbrow humor is up here, right? Highbrow humor makes you think. It makes you think a little bit more about what you're dealing with, right? Puns, physical humor. I'm trying to think, slapstick falls under physical humor. See, I'm struggling even right now to think of like the different types of comedy. But you get the gist, right? You're trying to fill in, as many of these as possible, or understand them as much as possible. So if you want to say, oh, I want to write a story that's really funny, you want to at least have an understanding of these, the things that fall under comedy, to make a funnier story, right? You don't want to just stick to one singular thing, like lowbrow humor, for example, because I know a lot of comedy. Think of this as like the baseline, right? This is the bottom baseline, lowbrow humor. Some people do say that it is. So let's say that objectively that it is. Let's actually go there, right? Let's say that for all intents and purposes, that this lowbrow humor is objectively the bottom of the line, right? You want to have other elements, aka these things, to surround just sticking to this, right? Because you're trying to get people to laugh, and if you do this continuously throughout your story, well, one, people are gonna stop laughing eventually, right? They're gonna start to say, wait a minute, this is just the same thing over and over again. And this applies to horror as well. Don't worry, I'll get there. So again, just having that understanding of, if you want to go into comedy, these are just certain aspects you want to think about. And it can help write your, help at least you put that filter. I want to make people laugh, right? Now you're thinking of what kind of book am I wanting to write? Do I want to write a book that's based on comedy? Does my comedy, have zippy one-liners? I'm not sure if that has a official name, so I'll just call them zippy one-liners for the time being. But you catch the drift, right? We're trying to understand the what is your book about, and again, this is why I feel like genre is way more important than the video I just talked about categorizes genre, because I believe that understanding genre helps you understand what type of book you want to start writing, right? So drama. These are situations, right, where you think very realistic, almost. At least I tend to, right? Like, this person's breaking up with this person. That is drama, right? Where something a little bit bad has happened. A little bad, right? A little, like, the baseline would be like a little bad something, and then and then escalation from there. That's the best way I can kind of get the baseline of what drama where drama would start. Horror, right? I'm gonna get rid of filler for just a moment here. Horror, again, we're going to look at the baseline, just like what we did with comedy. We're going to, if I were to move lowbrow humor, I'm going to put that at the beginning of this little list here. So I know that is like the objective, like, line, right, that I want to get above. So what is and I already know the answer to this one, because I know a lot more about horror than I do comedy. I know that the jump scare is the baseline, right? The thing that pops up and goes, oh, very basic, very fundamental. That is where you would start, right? And you see even the most, I think of the most common reboots of horror movies that use this, the jump scare, the very basic of the very baseline psychological horror. This horror, like a highbrow comedy, is like, it makes you think, right, about what's happening. We have gore. We have horror that can contain body manipulate, cutting off arm, etc., etc. What else falls under horror? I would say, while it might not be psychological horror, I would say a certain type of tension can fall under horror. And understanding what tension means. This can be done through musical means. I'll put that there. Right, you're trying to get people into a state of mind, right? And again, I'm just thinking different horror elements. I'm pretty sure I'm not thinking of a lot, but let's just leave it for there for now. Mystery. I immediately think of some sort of crime happening. And the discovery of a culprit. Now that is not always the instance, but that is a lot of mystery that I can think of. You know, who did it? You know, you have Clue, that movie I think of immediately when I think of mystery. There's that movie where, like, everyone did it. I'm trying to think of what that movie was called. I watched it a bit ago and I reviewed it a bit ago. Point is that, you know, usually there is a thing to be discovered. There is a mystery. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be discovery, you know, it could fall under the adventure, right? Adventure plus mysterious place, right? You're now starting to combine the genres now. Tragedy just ends in sadness. We know that. That one's easy. Ends in sadness. Romeo and Juliet. Perfect example I immediately jump to, and most people probably would. And again, I completely removed this from genre, but I will add it there. Romance, right? Because that also falls under romance. Romeo falls in love with Juliet. So two people fall in love. And I'll use two because usually that's how things end in the movie, with two people hooking up. It's not usually more than that. Point being, two people hooking up. And again, just understanding some of the rules that might fall under this or any other genre, right? So we can just go right back to the top and just go right down the list, right? So what are some of the rules in an action story, right? In a lot of action stories, you know, if you're following this format of, like, character development, say, for example, maybe in the beginning of your story, it doesn't have to be this way, it's just an example. The beginning of your story, your character faces off against an opponent but loses, right? They're at the beginning, they're not that well versed at fighting. Maybe they come in contact with, say, a mentor of sorts. That seems to be a typical trope. Karate Kid is an immediate click, right? Karate Kid. I actually forget the character's name, though, who studies under the master. It's been way too long, but I know the movie, right? And I know the newer version, the reboot with Jackie Chan in it. But I forget their names. But point being that I can understand that, like, that could be a starting point. So now I'm starting to think structure, right? In terms of action, right? I'm starting to think, okay, so they might start off losing, right? And then they get a mentor, they train, next step, next block, they train. They might get another fight, they might do a little bit better. You're building up, right? That's what you're doing to conclude the final fight, which your character ought to win. You know, if it's a singular story contained story, if you want to complete that character journey, you know, they went from losing to training to winning, character arc. And it's done through the structure of the journey itself. Like, where did they start? They started as this person who lost. They trained, and then they became better at fighting, and they were able to win through the context of that. So there's a character arc in action as well, not just in personality. I want to make sure that that distinction is very well made here when I'm talking about this. So don't just think about a character, an arc as character starts personality-wise as something and ends in something else. They might start as again, through action, right? They start as someone who lost the fight, they become better at fighting, they end up winning in the end. Character arc, right? So now we have a structure that, when you ask what is your book about, you can go, oh, it's an action book where they start off, not so well off, and in the middle they get trained, and at the end they're able to succeed where they once failed. And maybe other parts of their character arc can accompany that as well. Is the character stubborn at the beginning? Again, fall under the weakness, right? Then they become more humble as they are trained, for example, and then they are able to maintain a sense of focus and reserve themselves. Again, subgenre I put under superhero, pretty simplistic. Superhero fights villain, pretty basic format you can follow. Again, just understanding these things. Under sci-fi, again, fiction that is based off of some science, you may want to look at, other worlds. You may want to explore your where a little bit more in depth in the sci-fi, in the science behind it, the keyword, the pretense, the science. You want to push the science a little bit by saying, like, okay, so I understand, how a ship works, for example. How can I stretch that just a little bit to make the story work? But not too far off, right? You don't want to break things before you don't want to go too far off the end there. Adventure, pretty simplistic, right? I just said, you start in a location, you're trying to move to another location, maybe there are several locations in between. What do these locations look like? So you're going to focus a little bit more on your where here in the adventure genre. What do these locations look like? The characters that are, moving along them. You're doing your character sheets there. You're expanding your characters so that they are fleshed out. So you want to follow these characters through this adventure, right? So that's what you're trying to accomplish. Comedy, again, your ultimate goal is to try to make people laugh. These extraordinary situations. Oh no, I missed the bus. That could sound a bit tragic. And, how to separate tragedy from comedy, because those two things can, mix pretty well. If you really start to dive deeper into them. But again, setting up the building blocks, right? You can escalate. Things start off a little bit, and then you may even start with the baseline, like someone's having trouble using the bathroom, so they miss the bus or something. I don't know, right? And again, starting to think about, like, how to escalate that to, like, hijinks ensuing. That's the word I would want to use in comedy. Hijinks, right? The situation ends in, like, hijinks. That's, like, a word that I associate with comedy very often. Drama, sorry. So again, escalation, right? Something small starts the story, and then it builds and builds and builds, and how dramatic, who's breaking up with who, stuff like that. Um, and again, just because you say, something is, your story is this genre, the action genre, that doesn't mean you have to exclude the rest of these. Your story can have more than one understanding or more than one genre in it. I want to add. This isn't like, these are just like the basic, like, you don't have to stick to independently one of these, but understanding them could help out tremendously, I feel. So horror, again, start off small, and again, you can start to think of like other things that sort of mix genres. Again, Cabin in the Woods, the movie I immediately think of, horror comedy, right? It's a horror that looks at the horror tropes, it plays off them in a more comedic fashion, it gets a little bit more, you're scared, you're still jump scaring people, the comedy comes from the wacky antics and how far you're pushing it when they enter that base, that's filled with all these horrors, these different horrors that these people have built up for these wacky adventures that fill every cliche horror character you can think of, like the more tropey character archetypes that you see in a lot of horror films. So yeah, so again, just looking at that, I think of the movie Saw. What do I think of? I think of gore, and I think of, horror, because, gore is under horror, and I would also apply mystery to Saw, right? And then, yeah, it's a little bit of a more, there's some police detective stuff going on in there, trying to figure out what's going on, right? And the gore aspect, of course, with people like mutilating themselves to try to get out or kill it or dying due to the trap. Again, having that experience or having that understanding, I could create, sort of a similar type of story if I wanted to, but, differentiate it from the Jigsaw series. And I brought Jigsaw up only because that new movie got announced. Anyway, so we have mystery. Again, and again, if you're trying to exclusively look at something, like say, if you want to stick to mystery, if you're trying to solve this crime, you may want to research, like, okay, so how do I follow the rules of various mysteries? You're trying to solve for X. You may have a character that's a very sleuth-like character. Again, you might start to archetype your characters in a certain way to fit the mystery. Characters that might seem suspicious might fall under something you might want to consider when building up your characters. Again, if you're sticking to strictly mystery, right? Understanding the term red herring, what does that mean? It means is a character that seems very suspicious, but they are not the person who did the crime, right? That's a red herring. Understanding that terminology helps me understand, okay, so maybe I want to build a character that's a very red herring. I want to build the character that seems very suspicious, but is not the actual culprit, right? And I also understand, once I understand mystery, I understand the structure of a lot of mysteries, that it's about finding clues to deduce who did the crime, right? You're looking at people's stories, where they were, that question where, and, what they were doing, right? Just right back to the question, the fundamental questions, right? You're trying to solve it, and you're building up, like, you can think of it like a puzzle piece, or like a completed puzzle, and you're slotting in puzzle pieces to eventually say, once you've completed the puzzle, you know who the criminal is. So there you go. Tragedy. Again, these two, I immediately think of Romeo and Juliet, and I'm pretty sure there are a dozen of other tragedies, but I'm sorry, that is the one I immediately think of when I think of tragedy. A story that exclusively seems to end in sadness. There is no happy ending in a tragedy, otherwise it would not be a tragedy. That is sort of the rule of a tragedy genre, so again, now you're understanding what the end structure, and now you have to build up how you get there. And romance is about two people hooking up. And again, understanding certain things within the romance genre would help you out. One of the key words that I would associate with romance is chemistry. I think I spelled that wrong. Let me do a quick check here. No, apparently I didn't spell it wrong. Chemistry, right? So chemistry is how two people interact with each other, or how things interact with each other if you're talking about the pure science, right? How things interact with each other. Two different things, right? If you combine two different things, how do they interact with each other? And when you're talking about people, you're talking about how do people interact with each other? What type of chemistry do they have? This is a key word in romance. You have to understand this word if you want to achieve a good romance story. So this is why I want to emphasize that under romance. And there are different types, are the two people have similar, say, qualities about them? Maybe they share a hobby, maybe they share a goal, maybe they share an experience. You hear about how people sometimes will hook up after, like, a bad thing happening, right? I forget what the name of that is, but, there are different aspects to what can build on this. So yeah. Again, just understanding what chemistry is, how to build it. And people are going to have their preferences. I'll allow you to know mine. I prefer when the two people have a little bit more friction, meaning they have different, personalities, perhaps. Maybe one person's a little bit more outgoing versus, I'm still trying to think of that word. That's why I just thought of it. Extroverted, right? Versus introverted, right? You have two clashing personalities, two different clashing, ways of interacting. And when you bud them together, how do they interact, right? This isn't like you must do extrovert versus or hooking up with introvert. I'm just giving you an example of one that might a very clear divergent path here. Another one may very well be, I'm trying to think of like what other type of chemistry buildings, structures can you start to begin to follow here. And again, I talked about maybe they share certain hobbies, maybe they share very little hobbies, but they still participate in the other person's hobbies. So I can say they clash with those clashing hobbies. I would put it before, but it's, whatever. I don't care. So clashing hobbies. If you are going to go with, the characters having the distinction, having that difference between them. Do the characters hook up based off of any of these? Are they more, do they have more in common, right? And again, you can mix and match these. I'm just saying, like, you know, give some pretty obvious examples. And one thing I'll add is that under the guise of romance, I think this would be the pretty standard place to talk about certain types of romances, other things that I've noticed in media, right? So we're in a day and age where more, LGBT, we'll go there. We're going to go there, right? We're going to talk about this and how that's integrated into any piece of media, right? Some people will say woke media, right? Forcing this into your story. And usually that can fall under any of these categories, but I'm gonna cheat a little and go under romance for this. Because that's one that I can typically think of actual examples for immediately. That's why I'm cheating in this way, but whatever, we're gonna get there. So let's say you're a person who wants to write any of these characters, right? Lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. And I don't even remember what all the other letters are that they've added or removed. I'm sorry if anyone's offended by that, but I'm gonna be real. I don't really remember what they are, and I don't really care. I'm just gonna be blunt, I really don't care. These are the ones I recognize, and I can understand what they are, so these are the ones I'm going to understand and explain under the guise of romance to help explain what I'm about to explain, right? So let's say you want to write a story, and you want to include this in your story because, you're trying to be all diverse and whatnot. One thing I will note, and this is general writing advice, right? What did we already go over, right? We went over your character. Let's say that this character, Zeke Dartel, although he is not personally, I have another character that is bisexual, but let's just place it here, for example, right? I've decided that under somewhere here, that I'm going to make this character bisexual because I want to make a character that is very clearly, distinctly bisexual, right? Whatever, diversity, I'm thinking about it, right? Even though I already have a character that is bisexual that isn't this character, but whatever. Anywho, point being, what I'm trying to help people avoid is making a story where this representation comes at an expense of bad writing, because I've seen it way too much, and I'm sick and tired of it. I am so sick and tired of it, because it is everywhere. It is so fucking blatant, and it is disgusting at this point. It's tiring at this point. It's not even disgusting, it's just tiring how lazy the fuck people are. So let me get a little bit of subjective, a little bit of personal experience with you. Let me rewind the clock. When I was growing up, a little story time here. One of the very first shows that I was addicted to was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? This is a show, I believe, that came out in the 1990s-ish era of shows, right? That character, along the way of watching that show, there was a lesbian introduced, right? Willow. She did not start off that way very clearly, but she eventually, got there. And she had a partner whose name I'm struggling to remember right now because it has been a while, and I remember Willow more, so I'm sorry, I do apologize on that distinction. Point being that, from what I can recall, I remember that those characters being well written. From what I can remember, it's been a while. That could have changed, but when I think of the media I've consumed since then, if we're talking about representation, I have not seen a lot of good representation since probably, I mean, it's too early to tell still, with like Hell of a Boss and coming soon apparently announced at some point, more Has Been Hotel, so we'll see if they can finally rid us of this plague that is terrible LGBT representation. Um, so, yeah, when I think of all the shows that I grew up watching, this, it was present, but it was always bad a lot of the time. Every example I can think of that I've seen, Legend of Korra, what happened in that show, right? I know exactly what happened. I heard the stories of how they wanted to incorporate Korra being bisexual. She was interested in guys, and then she became interested in her partner, whose name I also can't remember at this point. Point being that the writers wanted to do this. Apparently, even as early as who knows when. But the studio, at the time, Nickelodeon, shut them down, or they said something along the lines of, oh, we'll only allow you the final episode to establish this. Now, here's where I'm going to remark something that I'm sure might get a little bit of flack, but I'm going to stick to my guns here. While I do fault Nickelodeon for this decision, I'm also not going to say that the writers are in the clear either for this decision, and here's why. I can think of a very clear example of this LGBT representation done in another show that I can compare it to, and within a very recent-ish time frame that had a lesbian couple in it, were able to establish their characters in a show meant for little girls. Yes, I'm referring to My Little Pony if you haven't caught on already. They did this in episode 100, if you need the mark. Established them, gave them a little bit more at the end, having them get wed. But point being that they got something, right? They got something before the end of the story. And they were able to put that in despite what big corporate might say, right? And here's the thing. If you're going to have representation, to me there are steps, right? Of like what level of stupid you're being. There's like, and I'll call out certain writers as I see fit. J.K. Rowling being an example I immediately think of someone who indicated to her book, Harry Potter, that one of her characters was apparently gay. This is not indicated in her book, but indicated via tweet after the fact and doesn't have any indication of the book, meaning that to me is completely pointless. Saying a character is any of these things after the fact is just trying to go for the woke points. You're just trying to, fit into, what is becoming more traditionally very slowly acceptable. Right? That is like the lowest form. And only one step above that to me is having your characters in the final episode, which is what happens in Korra, having the two characters slightly indicate that they might be in a relationship. Again, I guess spoilers for Korra, I guess. Again, don't care about spoilers in this video, but point being, they establish at the end that the characters are that. And then, in a separate piece of media, after the writers decided to make a separate thing, they made a separate comic or separate story that actually delves into their relationship. Now, I do not count that as representation in the show, of course, because I can't, because it's not in the show. It's stuff that, it's alternative material that is, trying to explain away why these characters would even hook up. They didn't have any of this, by the way. Chemistry, that word I just used, Korra and what's her face? Kasami? Something like that? I don't know what her name is. Point being, what the fuck was their chemistry in the story? If someone were to try to tell me what their chemistry with each other was, I would say they probably best come off as friends. I would probably even go even lower than that. These seem like co-workers. From what I can recall from the show, every instance of their interactions, they seem like, at worst, co-workers, at best, friends. Nothing more than that. And at the end, of course, they just suddenly shifted to, oh, they're holding hands and whatever. So there's none of this. There's no romantic chemistry, right? I would put those words together when I'm building that statement. There's no romantic chemistry between the two characters here. Same thing for Adventure Time, Princess Bubblegum and Marceline. Very end of the show, what happens? They suddenly kiss. That came at the very end and out of nowhere. Where's this? Where's their chemistry? Where's their romantic chemistry? Again, when I think of what the characters' behaviors were towards each other, I see them, I register that in my brain and go, oh, they're friends. And then the show suddenly goes, oh, they kissed, right? There's none of this. There's no combination of romantic chemistry, those two things together. Again, friends can have a chemistry. That's something I'm trying to explain here right now. Friends can have a certain type of chemistry with each other, right? A romantic chemistry is different from that. There's a distinction there. And I want to make sure that people understand that when building, if you're going to, follow this romance, and if you're going to have a character that falls under one of these, just so happens, you want to make sure you're doing this. Romantic chemistry. Build that specifically within the context of your story. Otherwise, you're being a lazy writer. I'm sorry to tell you, but Korra, that ending is lazy writing. When it comes to this, romantic chemistry that comes out of nowhere in the context of that story, independently of anything else, this is why I'm saying that specific example. Other shows I watched, Star versus the Forces of Evil. I forget if there's an LGBT character in there. I think there is. I think they come towards the end. I barely remember that show. Surprisingly, My Little Pony, as I mentioned, covers this better than every other example I thought of, with the exception of Baby Hell of a Boss, that, again, is still on its run, which, again, gotta let that sink in fully. Or more aptly, probably has been a hotel might address it more. Who knows? I don't know. We're not there yet, but point being, again, one step above just mentioning it after the fact, right? In a tweet. J.K. Rowling style. Oh, the character is gay. One step above that is going, oh, at the end, the character is suddenly in a relationship, right? That is bad romantic chemistry, objectively, for me. Or in general, I should say. Because you're not establishing this, right? And if you're not establishing any of these, you're not fulfilling that requirement, that baseline that I keep referring to become a better writer. And again, if you want to stick to your guns, if you want to say, give a fix to, say, Korra, I'll use her as an example. The way I would say to, a way around that is to have clever writing, give a little hint without, I'm pretty sure you could bypass a hint past a corporation if they are telling you you can't do a thing. I'm pretty sure MLP did that plenty of times, by the way. And if it's not through your dialogue, do it through your animation. There has to be something, right? There has to be something there that can present this. Romantic chemistry. Maybe a little wink. maybe it's something small, right? A small little gesture. You go, oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, right? You want to start building this up and not doing it like Korra, right? I'm trying to help you avoid that mistake, because that is a mistake. And whether or not you want to blame it on the creators or the company, and I blame it a little bit on both personally, because it has been shown to have worked on another show, as I just mentioned. Point being, if you're going to do, say, I'll go with the gay character, just to separate a little bit from what I was just talking about. I talked about lesbians with Willow and Tara. I think that's her name, right? Is her name Tara? Oh god, I'm trying to remember that now. Anyway, Korra being bisexual, and then there's transgender, right? So we have a gay character, right? So we want to establish that in this, say we're doing a romantic story, just keeping in line with this. So this means that we're dealing with a guy, right? And then he's gonna hook up with another gay guy, right? Very structurally simple. And we want to establish, perhaps, that this first guy is gay, the one we're gonna follow, and then he hooks up with the second gay guy, which we're gonna hook up with, establish secondarily, and then, do all that stuff. But the point being, we're going to establish it within the context of the actual story. If you're going to, follow the genre of romance, and if you're going to have romance within the context of the story. I saw a movie, and I forget what it's called. It's a romantic mystery between this gay guy, and he writes this letter about, he's trying to hook up with anyone. And he finds this person who responds to it. I guess he, open-formed his desire, I guess I'll say. And I remember it was like a romantic mystery comedy. It was like a mix of the three. And I remember critiquing this movie. I don't remember what it was called. And the reason I critiqued it, because the balance between the three of those genres I felt was a little bit off. And didn't do enough to establish the second guy, the mystery guy, because that's what the whole point is. We're trying to figure out who this this gay guy is trying to figure out who this other mystery gay guy is, hook up with him, and then kiss him at this location. No, hook up officially. So that's the whole movie. But I forget what it's called. Maybe someone can remind me. But point being, again, jumping all the way back to what is your book about? So let's say you want to write about a character who is gay that's coming out of the closet, right? We want to establish all of these things. That story is going to be very different than just this, by the way. Just two guys hooking up. So I'm presenting a different idea now. So let's actually write it out, right? Gay guy in the closet. That's our sort of, what is the story going to be? And I can start to structure it, right? Around just this premise. Who's the gay guy? I'll give him a name. I'll do the character sheet. I'll give him personality, strengths and weaknesses, personality, look. I'll do the same exact thing I just did with Zeke Dartel. Go through the whole process, right? I'll start there. Okay, so now I have this gay guy established. Let's just say his name is Sam. I don't know. Random name, right? So Sam, we establish somewhere in the story, probably early on, that he's a gay guy, but he's in the closet. So now, I'm looking at my questions. Why is he in the closet, right? That's probably an important question, since it's the one in the asterisk, right? So why is the character in the closet? Is it because maybe his parents are against it being gay, I mean, right? Is it that kind of story? Is that what you want to go for? And again, you can start to structure it, right? Now you're establishing, okay, so this guy has a family, a mom and a dad, let's just say for the sake of simplicity, and they are against him, right? Mom and dad against being in the spectrum in general, right? Their weakness, as you might describe them, they have a very strict ideology, right? They're against this. So now we have a structure, right? We have to get this character named Sam to establish by the end of the story, right? Character arc. He's in the closet. Events happen. He's out of the closet, right? That would be sort of a structure we can follow. That we are looking at this type of story, specific example, right? But I'm trying to show how thinking of just the premise and thinking of it from that perspective, how to go back to those other questions, start to fill them in, start to structure around that premise, right? That's all I'm doing. It's really simple once you actually start to dive right back down to these questions, right? So now, I've established Sam. And maybe his parents are supportive. What if that's the case? Well, now we have to go back to why. Why is he in the closet? Well, maybe the character's personality might have something to do with that, right? What if they're introverted? What if they have trouble speaking in general, right? Introverted meaning you're very inclusive, you're very, you don't speak too often, those qualities, you're very shy. These words tend to crop up a lot when you talk about introvert. So now, we're not doing this, but I'm still answering the why. It's a different why, and now it's a different story slightly. We're dealing with a slightly different character, but it's still following the same premise, right? He's trying to get out of the closet, but now he's introverted. Now he has to deal with, well, how do I communicate this message to my parents that I am gay? But they are supportive, right? They're like, I believe in that movie I just mentioned, the parents are supportive, but the character was a bit awkward-ish. So he had a bit more trouble blurting it out or whatever. So again, all I did was take the structure, understand the why, and then fill in those answers, right? And now I have a structure. Now I can go, okay, so here's where the story starts. Character's in the closet. Character, tries to communicate via various means that may not be verbally, right? Because introverted, they might not say it. They may not be able to say it directly. And you may have to work a little bit of like pre-establishing stuff before that. There might be an element before that. The character may even have a misunderstanding or may not even know that they are gay. They might have not come to that conclusion at the beginning of the story. Maybe they might discover that slightly toward the middle-ish part of the story. Again, we're still establishing it, but we're just moving it ever so slightly. That's all we're doing, is taking a part of the story that's, integral to what I just set up and just placing it in a part of the story. So now we have, okay, so who's the character in general? Sam. We establish a pretty average lifestyle. He doesn't, assuming that we are starting at the place I just said, he doesn't know that he does not, comprehend or understand that he's gay yet. He's not come across someone he's sexually attracted to, another guy in this instance, right? So he's just going about his day in an average life, circumstances, have these three characters that we set up. We name the mom something, we name the dad something, we give them strengths and weaknesses. Again, their romantic chemistry, right? Because the mom and dad have to have had hooked up. See, a rule. There you go, mom and dad, right? They have a son. We have to now, again, under that rule, establish what kind of connection they have. So, again, romantic chemistry, there you go. Right there. So, you can have romantic chemistry between the mom and dad. It would be obvious. Or maybe, again, taking the same thing. What if the mom and dad are separated? How did they end up separated, right? Again, just looking right back to the questions. If you're going to say, character is this, go right back to the questions. Mom and dad are separated. How did they end up separated? There you go. Ability to answer that question under that circumstances, and now you reevaluate what type of story you're trying to tell, right? So again, all I'm doing is answering the questions. And we haven't even begun to write the main story, and that's the point I'm trying to get across. Is your ability, the stronger your ability to answer the who, what, when, where, why, and how, the better writer you will become. Period. That is factual. That is a statement. That is a rule. You will become an objectively better writer once you understand how to fundamentally answer these questions. And again, it might be more of a thinking process, but I'm trying to make it as simplistic as possible, and look how long that has taken me. Again, I wanted to take a deep dive onto answering, these questions to make sure that even the most basic writer can come in here and say, okay, so I'm struggling with the whys and the hows. How can I start to answer these? And I've been going through the whys and the hows throughout the video, just to make sure when I'm stating those that I'm making sure that I'm pointing them out to you, so you go, oh, okay, so now I can understand how I can answer this question, right? And once you can do that, now we can start to look at, you have your structure, because that's what we just did with this, looking at genre, and why I feel fundamentally genre is more important. Again, it can help set up your type of story, when you think of it as the way I just explained. And how you can begin your first draft, right? We already have a lot of information, right? Assuming that your building blocks are answered. Assuming, let's say, we just take the story that I, hap-dashed together down here, and we wanted to expand upon that, right? So we have our first draft. Now we're moving into, okay, so now all we have to do now is take all that information. We know what type of story, we know the structure, right? We know the beginning, middle, and end. We have it all in our brain, we do. Trust me, you do. And all you have to do is fill in the details, right? So, first draft, one of the biggest things, you will hear someone say in the writing community is the term hook. So what is a hook? Well, that's a beautiful question. Thanks for asking. A hook is the first sentence in your story. This is the thing that is going to captivate your reader into wanting to read more. So how do you do that, right? Right back to the questions, right? How do we do that, right? Okay, so what you want your hook to do, your first sentence, because it's the very first thing you want to do, is you don't want to bore your audience, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, let's just create a basic sentence, right? Hi, my name is Tom, period. That is a sentence. It's pretty basic. Let's assume that this is the start of your story. You go, okay, you're just answering the question, right? Who is your character, right? You just answered it in your first sentence. Hi, my name is Tom. By the way, for more editing purposes, I'm going to redo the sentence. The hi would be preempted by quotation marks, right? This is someone, that would be assuming someone is talking. Hi, my name is Tom, right? Okay, so, pretty basic sentence. It answers a question, but does it captivate a lot of people? People will go, I don't know, right? So let's think back, right? What is something a hook should do? Right, you're trying to captivate your audience. You're trying to engage in them to want to go, wow, I want to read more of that. By saying, starting your story with something as basic as, hi, my name is Tom, probably won't do that. It won't achieve that, like, I want to know who this Tom is, right? I don't think a lot of people are going to inherently say that, right? But let's just look right back to our board of things we're having trouble with our hook. We're already having writer's block, right? But let's go right back, right? What type of story am I trying to write? And I look at my genres, like, okay, having trouble with hook. What kind of story am I trying to tell? I'll use a different example. I dive deep into romance and LGBT stuff, so let's mix it all up a little bit, right? I'm going to use horror as my jumping off point. So now I understand I want to create a story that has horrific things, jump scares, the whole shebang, psychological horror, all the different things, right? So now, and I already wrote tension, right? But, in a movie you have music, but in a book you don't have music, which is unfortunate. But can you still create tension? Absolutely. So, hook, right? You're trying to create something that will make your readers go, whoa, hold on. So, I'm thinking in my head, okay, so what's something that might captivate? Have horror on the mind, on the genre, on basics. So now I'm thinking, okay, so what's scary? Well, I know for me, again, this is just me personally, I think I'd be pretty scared. It's never actually happened to me in real life, and, happens in my story. I mentioned the gun thing, right? The gun to the forehead. I mentioned that in the character's backstory, as I've just shown you previously. So now, right, I just use that as sort of the crux. So, a gun, we're going to, specify there, a handgun, was placed on a table next to me. Oh, so you can see it. I have to enter a little bit more. There we go. And as I gazed upon this figure, I uttered, "Just remember my name." Or, let me think. Maybe if you're going to kill me, know that you're killing insert person's name, right? Know that you're ending my life. I don't know, something like, I'm sure that I can rework that, but let's just look at this, right? So now we have a handgun that may, again, so what am I emphasizing here? Like, what is happening, right? we've now created a situation where a handgun has been placed on the table. People go, what's going on? Why? Right? Why is there a handgun being placed on a question? Now you are posing a question to the audience. That's something I want to iterate to your hook. I personally think, and I think this could even fall under objective, what you should try to do to become a better writer is indicate a question. Why is this happening? Why is this person who's across whatever putting a handgun on the table, right? You're now posing a question to your audience. That to me is a hook, an interesting hook. You're engaging your audience by asking a question, but you're not asking the question directly. You're being a little bit more subtle about it, right? And I'll talk about subtlety a little bit more and being direct a little bit more, as I feel those two things are also very important. Right? So now we're understanding, okay, so there's a handgun. We don't know what the hell's going on. This person, who we know now is Thomas, wants to be remembered by his name. Now we are establishing the same character that we just did. Hi, my name is Tom. 2, okay, so now we are looking at it from the horror perspective. Pretty horrific circumstances. Someone is potentially going to get killed here, maybe, perhaps. Again, posing the question, is that going to happen? Let me read a little bit more to find out what's happening, right? You're posing the question now. And you're also answering a question in this first sentence here. And again, I'm just using more grammatically things I've been taught, like comma before your beginning of your sentence or your dialogue here. That's just something I do naturally. So again, all I did was go, okay, so I went under the horror genre, and I thought, okay, so a handgun in a situation, and maybe I can use even the same background I used, handgun to the forehead, right? That, to me, would scare me, because I could die. That's, a situation. And when you describe that in your first sentence, you're posing the question, why are we in this situation? What is happening? You're posing questions in your hook. And again, that to me is what a hook should try to do. You're trying to pose a question to engage your audience. So I'll write that down for you. A hook is posing a question to engage your audience, right? Oh, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty there. There we go. Audience, right? That's, to me, what a hook should do. Keyword here being engage. And the way you engage is by posing that question, right? You want your audience to think, how is this happening? Why is this happening? Let me read more to understand these questions, right? Again, that's just one example of a hook. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of others you can think of. Again, just go down the list of genre. Okay, so what if I want to create an action hook? Right? I have an action story. I know that the kid, same character, Tom, is in a situation. And maybe I might refer to that person in the third person. In other words, I would write Tom is something, 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 right? Instead of, hi, my name is Tom, he's referring to himself, introducing himself as that character. Now we're referring to him in the third person. And I'm trying to think in the framework of action, right? What kind of question can we pose here? Tom ran down the alleyway. Suddenly being surrounded by several assailants, right? Again, that could actually even fall right back into horror if you think about it long enough. I'm pretty sure I spelled assailants so wrong, but you catch my drift, right? And this way we end our sentence there. Again, all I did was think about the genre and think, okay, so this character is going to be in a situation where they're surrounded by several people. Beginning hook or beginning block, they lose, right? And I'm going to maybe I want to follow the mentor strategy. Find a mentor, train, blah, blah, blah. So there we go. Point is, I'm trying to raise a question here. I'm trying to say, well, what about these bullies here? Or what about these group of assailants? Why are they doing this, right? And if I'm being vigilant about my storytelling and my writing, I'm going to answer that question at some point in the story. But, point being that we're going to answer those questions, but we're going to pose them first in our hook. And the same thing for our final sentence or final few words. I'm not sure what I know what the first sentence is generally called. Again, a hook. I don't know what they refer to a final sentence as in a story. I don't know the fancy term for it anyway. But it should essentially bookend, and by the time you reach there, say if your story is independent, meaning it will have no sequels or whatever, it should answer all the questions sufficiently. Every question should be answered, especially if you're writing an independent story, right? One singular story. All questions should be answered. If you're looking for the sequel bait people, that's when you want to go, well, wait a minute, what about that question, right? You want to linger on a question that's somewhere in your story, and you may want to, remind your audience every so often that, oh yeah, there's that thing, right? Attack on Titan. What's in that basement? What's in that basement? Oh yeah, there's that basement. Well, let's get back to that, right? Hooking, and then you find out what that hook is, or what that resolves in, and then the world does what it does in that story. So again, just looking at that. Okay, so I did say I wanted to talk about subtlety and being direct. So this is something that I find fascinating, right? And this goes to reviewers out there. I noticed that a lot of people tend to prefer this, right? Subtlety. Right? Your writing's very obvious. It's very direct. It's very, right? And I would say, the way I would obstruct this, right? We have every reaction has every action has a reaction, and sometimes not. Sometimes lack of action, as I mentioned earlier, can lead to action or a reaction. And then you have cause and effect. Okay, so the way I view subtlety and being direct kind of falls in line with these a little bit here. So I want to talk about them a little bit more. Okay, so we have the story, and, let's say it's out already, and people have said, oh, you're being too direct. Well, let's think back, right, about what type of story are you trying to tell, right? If you fall under the genre of mystery, is being direct bad, right? Because remember, what we are trying to do on that. We are trying to answer, let's say for the simplicity's sake, we're trying to solve that crime. We know that there's a person behind it. Would it be okay to be subtle and say, well, allude to who it is, right? Or would you rather be direct and say, this is the person who it is, arrest that person, they need to go to jail? In this instance, I would say you would want to be direct, right? So where does subtlety come in? Subtlety might come in the form of, okay, so let's go back to our romantic story, our story that we've established here. And we'll go with the whole mom and dad are against it, right? Our Sam character here finds this other person who he may be attracted to, other guy. We'll just use my name again, Tom, for example. Okay, so he finds this other person named Tom, and he's trying to signal to Tom that he's attracted, right? You want to start to build that romantic chemistry. Now, of course, with this being what you've established, the mom and dad being against it, being direct, you probably wouldn't want your character to shout from the heavens, "I am gay," at the beginning of your story. Just saying that that's something you probably want to avoid, right? So you want to take a more subtle approach, perhaps something as small as a wink, to establish that the character is trying to signal to this Tom character that they are sexually attracted, right? And again, people might say, well, even winking is direct. Well, it depends on what we are trying to establish here, right? In this instance, the direct thing is the character is gay, but they are signaling might be more subtle, the wink being the subtle part. It might come across as direct, but it might come across as subtle. There might be a little bit of that might be a bit more subjective, I guess. Point being that there is no definitive, I wouldn't say there's a definitive answer to that one. Because there's some people who say, oh, that was kind of subtle, or some people say, oh, he winked at a guy, so he must be gay, right? Point being that I don't think, you want to look at these things and say, okay, well, how, what kind of character are we dealing with? Are we dealing with the character, Zeke Dartel, the character I just talked about? A lot of his dialogue being outgoing and very direct, I would choose the direct option, right? More times than not through his dialogue, right? He's interacting with people, he's more outgoing, he's going to say the things that are very direct in this situation, how do we handle it, blah, blah, blah. He's very confident, which can fall under direct. Again, answering things in a very, direct fashion, right? Subtlety might fall under someone who's a bit more shy or a bit more timid, or those two things may correlate. I'm not saying they necessarily do, they might. That's just an example I'm pulling. So they might try for that, to them, that the wink comes across as more subtle, because now they are not speaking, again, due to being an introvert, if that is the character trait that you are giving them. Now they are trying to display it through other means, right? They're trying to display it through their body language, which isn't, I wouldn't say is direct sometimes. Depending on what type of body language you are using, body language can be a little bit more subtle sometimes. That's what I'm trying to argue here. Okay, so now that we have that established, we can go down that list, right? What is your story? What, horror, right? A jump scare would probably fall under something that's direct, something that goes boo. It's very direct, it's very in your face. It jumps out at you, Uh, the psychological horror may be a bit more subtle, right? You start to build up in that tension as well. That one can be that can fall in between subtle and direct, depending on what kind of music you use, right? Gore can be I would say that would fall under something that's very direct. That is your body falling apart. There's nothing really subtle about that happening to you, right? Again, just looking at this list, lowbrow humor, very direct, right? And I explained what that means. Now you know what that means. Physical comedy, very direct. Puns can be direct. Some might slip past you and you might have to go, does that mean that other thing? Again, that might have a little bit more subtlety, depending on the pun. Highbrow humor may be a little bit more subtle. Maybe you might think about it a little bit more, right? Zippy and one-liners, that could fall under, I would probably argue, a little bit more direct-ish. Again, might fall under that line a little bit closer, in between maybe even. How a fight's going, very direct. Is a person winning or losing? Not a lot of in between, unless there's very complexities around the very fight itself, but whatever. Point being that I don't think necessarily just saying as a critiquer, someone who's critiquing something, just saying something should be more subtle isn't good enough for reviewers anymore. That's right, I'm saying it, I'm getting there. At this point, I would argue if you're going to argue for subtlety, you have to understand these other elements and go, okay, so what were they trying to achieve? Were they trying to be subtle? Was the character themselves more subtle characters? Are they not more direct in how they behave? Is the situation that is happening, is the theme, which is something I'll write down at this point, of something, is that the thing that they are talking about, whether or not a theme is subtle or direct? And again, that has a lot to unpack there, because we're going to talk about this in a little bit. Point being that I don't think just saying something is subtle is substantive enough now. Now that I think about it in this new light, right? This is something that I've been thinking about a lot more recently, about storytelling and, again, thinking about the different genres and the stuff we talked about earlier. Again, I don't think being direct in some instances is necessarily a bad thing. Again, you have to think about what type of story you're telling. You have to think about the other elements and argue why something should be more subtle or direct, or if there's some sort of balance in between, right? I think there's a bit more to it, right? So now let's talk about some rule stuff, right? Every action has a reaction. So what does that mean? So if a person gets hit by a bus, they are probably, as a reaction, going to be deaded, get killed. If not, if they somehow survived getting hit by a bus, they're probably going to be, as a reaction, be really, really injured, right? Their body is going to be fucked up. Every action has a reaction, right? Basic. So what do I mean by lack of action can lead to reaction? Well, there's one particular scene that I want to bring up, because it's the scene I immediately thought of, even unscripted. It's the scene that I would think of a lot of the time. So let's talk about Spider-Man, shall we? So in the movie Spider-Man, if you haven't seen it, Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, is dealing with some sort of receptionist, right? And the receptionist guy is being very negative, or saying a lot of unnecessary stuff, right? And we can talk about all the elements we started to talk about, right? Peter Parker. what kind of character is he? He's a little bit nerdy in his personality. What's his strengths? As he becomes Spider-Man, of course, the powers can integrate with that. He becomes more agile, he becomes more suave a little bit as he gets older. Just looking down that list of who Spider-Man is. His power is Spidey sense, web shooting, able to stick to walls. Again, I'm just thinking of all the questions and applying it to Spider-Man in this instance. Before I talk about the lack of action leading to action here. So, we've established our character, Spider-Man, in this instance, right? And we're going through the superhero subgenre, as I'll refer to it as for this instance. And in this, he's in an instance he's in this area where this, again, person is talking to him. And in this instance, there's this thing that happens, right? What did I mention about value, right? What does your character value? Way up here somewhere, right? Weakness. Where did I put value, right? Or revalue, I put that revalue there, right? So what does Peter Parker value in this scene, right? We can pick apart this independently of this one scene. What does he value? He values being respected, right? And we can tell that because when this guy gets robbed, Peter Parker decides to do nothing. Lack of action, right? He does not stop the robber. And as a lack of action, not stopping the robber, it leads to the reaction of this robber guy getting to his Uncle Ben and killing him and robbing his car and getting away, right? For those who don't know the Spider-Man movie I'm referring to. So that is the scene, right? We have a lack of action, which still leads to a reaction. And we can talk about what the character values here as well. Again, Peter Parker, in the scene, you can tell he values respect. He wants to be respected as an individual. He wants to be treated with a semblance of respect. He didn't get it. The robber comes along. He responds to the clerk in the way that the clerk responded to him. He uses the same exact dialogue. For those of you who don't know, robber gets away, as I mentioned, and then the reaction happens. So now, we look at that scene, and we can say, okay, so Parker finds this out, he mourns his uncle, and now we think back to a scene earlier where we get a bigger value, right? Or as I would like to call it, a core value. Very specific, right? So the core value, for me, when we're talking about Spider-Man, we all know the quote, right? We know it backwards to frontwards. We've heard it a million times. With great power comes greater, or I think it's greater, or comes great responsibility. Whatever. Responsibility, right? Core value. That is now what is ingrained in Peter Parker after this scene. He remembers that Uncle Ben said this at some point in that car. In an earlier scene, we see the flashback of Peter reflecting upon this. He thinks back to these words, and that becomes Peter Parker's core value, the thing he's going to stick throughout the rest of the movie, to the best of his ability. Now, one could argue that a core value, and we're going to talk about this as well, so we know that there are different versions of Spider-Man, right? We have now Miles Morales Spider-Man, Black Spider-Man. Does that version of Spider-Man still follow this core value? Yes, and that's good. because that comes with the understanding that the person who wrote that material knew what the core value was for this character of Spider-Man and went and followed that as their rule, right? This is a part of Peter Parker, and now it is a part of Miles Morales. Now, if you were to make another version of Spider-Man, would you still keep the core value? And I think there's a lot of argumentation about what people, how much change can you have to a person before it's another person? And that's a very, way more convoluted, conversation. But for the sake of this, I would argue at least that this should at least be one thing that is withheld within the character of Spider-Man. If you're making an iteration of Spider-Man, unless you're, doing whatever, again, how far removed the character has to be, question mark. Is it that they just wear the suit? Is that what makes Spider-Man? Or is it this? Does it come back to this core value, right? How much change can you make before, again, it becomes... And again, Miles Morales, even though a separate person, still follows the same core value. And again, how many of iterations of Spider-Man are there? Probably more than I can count. I don't know if all of them follow the core value, because I haven't read every version of Spider-Man, but I would like to believe that, core value to me would also fall under this rules, right? We talked about rules before, that a character that, in its essence, there has to be something about them, right, that sticks out from other characters. To me, that would be Peter Parker's core value. To me, that would make what's, if you're going to make a Spider-Man story, this line, as often it is used, should be somewhere within the context of your story. And you could throw any other iterations outside of this, right? And then the costume is just sort of an essential bonus of that gift, of that power, right? Point being that I'm trying to say that now that we can understand that, we can sort of say, okay, so now this character has rules. They have, this is what makes this character this character. Now, some people have come to argue, let's say, we all know this, I know where this one's going. This is why I'm mentioning Batman, because I hear a lot of people say Batman, and I'm using quotes for this, does not kill, which isn't true, by the way. There are plenty of instances of Batman where he does kill. He kills the Joker. A lot. In The Killing Joke being the immediate example I think of when I think of when Batman kills. And that's an old story, right? So what is the core value of Batman, right? So we have people arguing that this is true, which it's not. So now we have a bit of an issue, right? I think people are starting to struggle to understand, who is Batman, right? We know one iteration of him as Bruce Wayne, that's his moniker, his human moniker. He has a son in some instances, sometimes it's Damian Wayne, sometimes it's, the Batman Beyond character's name, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. Point being, that they're, like Spider-Man, there are different versions of Batman, different characters, that use the name Batman as well later on, right? So now we have a little bit of more of an issue, right? Because now we're coming up against, well, who's Batman? Or what thing can we attribute to Batman that is outside the costume? Because I would like to assume that that is the case sometimes. So can we assign Batman with something that makes him Batman? Well, I would actually argue it's his background. every Batman that I'm aware of, to my knowledge, and I may have missed out on certain Batmans, and maybe this isn't even true. I'm not saying that this is objective. This is my estimate of where I would argue in my interpretation of what any version of Batman has to some extent, right? We know that he has a tragic background, right? At least Bruce Wayne does, the initial Batman. We know that his parents are killed in what becomes to be known as Crime Alley. What about, that 2099, or whatever, Batman Beyond? Because I know his real father's technically Bruce, right? That's how they... But his adoptive father, I believe, gets... something happens to him, tragic background, to have it match Bruce's. If I remember, it's been a while since I've seen Batman Beyond, but I believe that is the instance. Point being that this is still true, that he has some sort of tragic background that leads him to believe that justice should be self-served, meaning that you're creating a very very specific rule, right in this. So justice should be self-served. So we're gonna ignore, or cops, different iteration of cops, how we're dealing with this. These are pretty integral to Batman's story, Jim Gordon, etc., etc. So Batman, to me, takes justice into his own hands. He is the epitome of being a vigilante. So Batman is a vigilante. Vigilante, I think that's how it's spelled. And to me, that is the rule. That is the rule. Not that Batman does not kill. Batman is a vigilante. Done. He could kill, he could not kill. Point being, when you break past that barrier, he still is a vigilante. He will take crime into his own hands. That is the root, to me, of who Batman is. We're getting past that argument of, does Batman kill or not? We're going deeper than that, right? We're trying to reach some sort of core thing that can establish this character and separate it from other characters beyond just, if you recognize the cape and cowl. So to me, these things should make up what Batman should have in every instance, to a degree. This, Batman does not kill. This, to me, is more superfluous, right? This doesn't have to be true for this to be true. Batman is still going to be a vigilante. He's still going to take justice into his own hands, but whether or not he kills is up to him. That is Batman to me. He is the deciding factor. He is judge, jury, and executioner. He's making the rules up there. That is Batman to me. We're looking past that rule, right? Batman does not kill. Again, we're trying to get deeper than that. So again, that to me is the core aspect of Batman. And, I'm pretty sure someone will still argue even that aspect, but whatever. Point is, we're trying to reach some sort of core thing that applies to if there's different versions of a character. But that does not, that doesn't have to apply to your story, obviously. I just wanted to point that out. So we have lack of action leading to action, right? We have because this happens, it affects this. Because the hero let the villain get away, it affected the economy. Because more criminals are getting away, they're committing more crime because the hero was insufficient at that point in time, right? cause and effect. We can follow that pretty straightforward. Let's talk about themes, shall we? So I'll write it again, themes. Right, and theme, when you boil it down to its basic aspect, is the message of a movie, or a message of your thing, the message of your story. Right, that's all. We're going to keep that real basic, right? Because I know critics will use this word, themes, a lot. So, a lot of stories will have themes, right? Every story has some sort of message to convey, usually. I would say I would track that to probably most stories have some sort of theme, usually. I'm not saying a theme is mandatory, but if a theme is present, here's the things that I would say would fall under that, right? So, let's bring back an old classic. Let's bring back Star Wars for a second. Because I know a lot of people argue about the themes of this movie, right? So, people will argue, and we'll quote that, failure is our greatest teacher, right? We heard that line before in the newer Disney movies. So let's assume that that is true. Let's assume that this is indeed the factual theme of the movie. It is objectively the thing we can come away with. So how do we reach that conclusion, right? So, in order for this to be true, a failure must take place, right? Or a number of failures, right? And you have to learn, teacher, from that thing, right? So those statements both have to be true. For this to be the theme of Star Wars, person has to fail. And again, I'm writing it as if it's code, right? And it has to have taught them something. Right? That's it. That's all you have to do. Now we can look back at Star Wars and go, okay, so we have our theme. Failure is our greatest teacher. We go, okay, let's look at the main character. Uh-oh. We have Rey Palpatine, right? A person who, by all means of all three stories, does not do this in a significant way, right? Does not fail in a significant way. We have Rey not... Again, we're talking about criticizing the work now. Rey doesn't fail in a way that has consequences. Right? Action, reaction. She failed, assuming that she did fail, what kind of consequences would that have? Action, reaction, right? Cause and effect. We're thinking of these things now in this way. But now we also have, so now we're not reaching, we have Rey, who's not doing this, and she also didn't learn anything. Rey didn't learn anything. I'm sorry to point that out to you, but it's true. Now that's a little hyperbolic, and I'll boil what I mean by this, because it's a little hyperbolic, a little bit. So we know that in the third movie, right, third installment, that she does a little bit of training at the beginning of the movie, little bit of training, which already doesn't make sense, right? Training in your third movie, right? This is already an issue, right? Because we can already criticize this. We go, wait a minute, why didn't this happen in movie 1 and 2? Why? Asterisk question, didn't that happen in the first two movies? Well, we know why. It's because Rey, as I mentioned earlier, is a perfect character. She is a Mary Sue. She didn't go through any of this, right? She was flawless to a T. So the third movie tried to say, well, wait a minute, no, she did have flaws, okay, we're training her now, right? So this is already broken. In the sense of a big word that we all know in the writing community, continuity. Continuity. I know I'm spelling this word wrong, because, ugh. Okay, let's go back. Do ourselves a little spell check. No? Did I spell that right? Continuity? That looks wrong. Whatever. Anyway. Point being, that this is important if you're going to talk about your franchise, right? Or your set of stories. You're talking about a sequel or a trilogy in this instance. And continuity also, as I mentioned very briefly, talks about also world building, by the way. So how to stay consistent in your world building. How to avoid this being something you're critiqued for is now you have to establish at the beginning, the first movie, that Rey has flaws. So now we are talking about fixing the character, right? First we have to establish that. And, if we're thinking in the mindset of a trilogy, which I would, if you're as big as Star Wars, but let's run down the line, because I know a lot of people probably will never get there, but let's just assume, right? Let's say you somehow got a hit movie. You wrote a hit movie, people want more, right? How do you avoid this, right? So now we have to look back at the first thing, we have to go, okay, so now this has to be true, right? And she has to have certain strengths and flaws and personality and blah, blah, blah. So in her journey, if this is true, this should be true across all three films, by the way. So in the first movie, she has to fail somewhere in the movie, right? That has to be true. I barely remember the first movie, so I apologize if I can't pull an exact example out of my head, but point being, Rey has to fail. Has to fail. I'm writing has to. Because, right, I'm thinking of theme now. And I want, if this is true, then this must be true, and this must be true. I'm thinking about it in code language, almost. So if Rey has to fail, to some degree, it has to learn something, right? Learn something, right? Pretty basic. This all should be established between movie 1 and 2, right? Because this, continuity, is going to, in her power level, by the way, which is also, we're talking about rules at that point, back to the rule thing. What is she capable of doing? So now, right, we have to see her fail, we have to see her do this between the first two movies. And then you have to break it apart, right? What does she value in the first movie? What does she learn from those things? Does she start to value something greater than the things she valued in the beginning, right? Say she valued her family, right? Because we learn her family was a bunch of nobodies, but she still values them to a degree. Let's argue. Let's recreate the film for the film here. So she still values her family. She still, comes to that understanding of, like, they birthed me. It's like, value them to a degree. So, we have these things happening. Something happens. Maybe Rey doesn't know everything about her family. Let's assume that she doesn't. through the context of the story. Assume she doesn't know something, right? And that knowledge, plus the failure, can lead to a new value. New value. AKA, in this instance, what did she learn? That new thing that she learned could be her new value. They could be connected. They could be. They don't have to be. They could be. So now we have this structure, right? We are reconstructing Star Wars, the Disney version, the Disney Star Wars. And we're looking through it, and we're going, okay, let's assume that we are the directors/writers of this movie. We have to start from here. Rey has flaws. We have to establish that she has some. This is a rule, not a tip. She has to have some flaws. She has to fail at something. Maybe we can introduce our antagonist here. Gonist. I think that's right. Who is, what's his name? Kylo. Right? Introduced Kylo pretty early on. Right? So let's say she loses in this instance, right? Because having her win here at the beginning would be counterintuitive, right? Because failure is our greatest teacher, so why would she win? Why would she succeed? That is the opposite of failure. That is the, if we're looking at it at very binary value, she did the opposite thing. So she has to lose. That has to be the outcome. So now we know that as the writers. We know she has to lose their first battle. We have that mindset, right? We have our theme. We want to stick to it. She has to lose. Otherwise, this is false, right? Coding. You're thinking about it in terms of coding. If she wins, then the theme is not in full integrity, right? We're not following the theme if she wins, because she does not fail then. So to lose equals to fail. How about that? We're looking, again, we are coding the writing here. And that's one way to look at writing, and that's the value I hope we're taking apart in this very lengthy video. So now, we have our structure, right? We have our theme. Failure is our greatest teacher. We're keeping that in mind. We want to make sure that is followed. So she has to lose in the instance that she meets our antagonist, Kylo. She has to learn something. Maybe Kylo knows a little bit more about her family. Maybe he's been sneaking around and gathering information, let's say, making him a bit more nefarious, right? So now, she has to value something new, right? And again, that's just going down the list, keeping this in mind. And this could happen across 2 of the 3 movies. And the new movie just goes, hey, here's our new value. The theme should have already been established and, accomplished in the second movie, I would even argue. The first movie should, have the failure part if you're constructing it in, sections of what you're considering your trilogy. So now we have our new value. We have Rey connecting with her new friends, Poe and, what's the other guy's name? The one who screams Rey a lot. I'm blanking on his name. The Stormtrooper guy. Oh, God. I'm sorry, I'm completely blanking on his name. Anyway, point being, you get what I'm talking about, right? But we also want to establish these characters sooner, right? Apologize for the bad cut, but we are back to talk about more about how to become an objectively better a writer. I do apologize if I do sound a little different. I came down with a big ass cold last night, so ugh. I do apologize for that as well. Let us continue. So last we left off, to recap, we were talking about themes, and if your theme, and I was referring to Star Wars, since a lot of people were aware of what Star Wars is, going over, if theme is true, if failure is the greatest teacher, then the two things you have to have in your story, again, breaking it down like code. First, your characters have to fail at something, and then they have to learn something. Those two things have to be true in your story if your theme is going to be as follows. And I also remembered the other character's name, Finn, from last night when I was struggling, when I brain farted and completely forgot his name. I do apologize. Anyway, point being that even when we look at these other characters, we go, okay, did they fail at something? And then, if so, if true, did they learn something? Because both of those statements have to be true. Remember that, because it's not just a segment, it's a whole part. And I can't say that in this Disney Star Wars, that's true for any of the three characters that we follow. So, that is an example of not following up in your theme, right? So, be careful with your theme if you're going to have one. Like I said, I'm pretty sure more stories have one than not. So just be careful, because, again, you're going to be open to critique if you have a theme, and you do state it in your book or your movie or whatever you do. But it's not present in the actual medium itself anywhere outside of someone just saying it, aka Yoda in this instance. People are gonna, have the right to objectively say that is bad. You do not follow through with your theme, and then they'll critique other things. So we'll erase that Star Wars example, because we talked, and remember we talked about other stuff about. So we went over character, how to build a character sheet. We went over how I think that learning about genre could be important once you have those building blocks established. So now we can just go up and we can get rid of the stuff that deals with like characters we have gone over now. So let's go back a bit. We talked about a hook, what that means, right? We came up with an example if someone is trying to create a good example of an LGBT character. And I did talk about last time as well, how there aren't really that many good examples that I've seen. So let's continue that trend, shall we? Let's dig into that a little bit more. While we're dealing with our first draft, right? We've thought of a hook, or started to think about a hook, how to engage your audience, right? First draft. This is where all you're going to do is compile all of your information, all of that pre-writing you've done, your character. Maybe you've already blocked what kind of story you want to write, right? And all you're going to do is fill in that information in such a way that compiles that in a neat little list. Or, you could do it in like little points. You could do it like a 1, 2, 3, or you could just write it out. There are many ways you can go about doing this, right? I'm not saying there is a sufficient way of going about doing this, but let's just say that we want to go through it, and we want to start to kind of just go down the list once more, but do it with something very specific in mind. So, we want to build an interesting character, That's one thing we want to do in our story. The second thing is we're looking at our genres and we go, okay, so what am I interested in? What kind of story do I want to sort of be inspired by? And, if I'm someone who's interested in LGBT representation, how do I include that in a way that is effective and done well? We talked about how I've seen it not done well, right? Just to re-emphasize, when we think about characters that I've seen in media that fall under this, by the way, just as a quick little example, so L being lesbian, right? When I think of characters well written in media, again, I thought of Willow, right, and her girlfriend, and I thought her name was Tara. I forgot to look it up real quick, so I do apologize if that is not her name, but point being, if we were to, Willow and her girlfriend, I'll just say that for now. We have G, which is gay, male, inspired by male. The only well-written, this is actually an animation without writing, but it's actually really good. The story's called In a Heartbeat. A Heartbeat. If you have not seen it on YouTube, I would recommend it as well. It's a nice little animation, and it is able to tell a story without any dialogue. And again, that's a visual medium. You're able to do things in a certain way. So we can talk about that as well. What about bisexual characters? Are there any well-written bisexual characters? I talked about how I don't think Cora would fit under that category in her main story. Outside of her, maybe I just haven't watched enough media, but I can't say that I can definitively answer this, as well as a transgender character, well-written one anyway. And again, maybe I've just not watched enough media to answer these two effectively. If there is something out there, let me know. And then there are like the other ones that genuinely confuse me, and I'll be honest, like does the whole binary thing, that one makes me still scratch my head, because I've seen characters say, oh, their character is binary in their stories. I've seen that on Twitter, I've seen that on people's profiles. I don't know what this means when people say that, by the way. I'm just saying, no one has ever explained what that means to me, so I don't understand it. As far as I understood it, I always take things in the more literal sense, bi meaning two. I don't know what the phrase for nary would be. I'm assuming this has something to do with, like, if it's yes or no, like, right? And this is where, you would, like, the way I would function binary in my own language, because that's the way I've understood it. I would talk about computers, right? Computer language, binary code. For those of you who don't know, binary code is the ones and zeros, right? You might see that from time to time. To me, that's what binary means, because that's the way I've understood it for so long. So I don't know what people mean when they say they are binary. So again, I can't say I know any of well-written characters that fall under that category, because again, I don't know what they mean when they say that. So again, I do apologize. I'm not even trying to be offensive when I say I don't understand. I want to understand what people mean when they say that. I just don't understand what they mean when they say that. Or they are creating a character that is binary, right? My brain automatically goes, oh, are you writing a robot, right? Because that's the way I think that's the way I've thought about it previously, before people have started using it to say what they are. So again, not trying to offend, I hope I didn't. Anyway, so we're talking about this, and we want to go, okay, so we want to create a story. We want to build upon one of these. Get a little bit better representation out there. We've decided as writers that that's something we want to do. You know, and we talked a lot about romantic chemistry, and we even came up with this little example. So we'll continue on with that pattern, right? I think that's fair. We're just combining things at this point. So let's erase this now. So we've decided, okay, let's go with this example of this gay couple, Sam and Tom. And I used my own name for this, by the way, because I don't really mind. So we would just go through the motions, right? We would create a character sheet if we were, thinking about it. We would write about Sam, who he is. We would talk about his appearance, how old he is, general stuff. We'll say, you'll say he's a bit younger, in his early 20s. Same for the Tom character, just so that we're establishing where we can go with this story, because I feel like, again, when we talk about even age, right, people have certain mindsets when they think about certain things. Like, if we made the characters as young as they are, say, in a heartbeat, we can say the furthest you would probably go with that is, like, a kiss, right? The characters would likely share an awkward, quick kiss. Because they're young, right? That's what my mentality automatically goes to. That's my automatic assumption, and I know that sounds offensive, but I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to say that we as people usually make quick associations. So we can even do a little bit of a time skip. Let's say we start them young, like say 13, and then we move them to 20. So we're gonna do a little dash. So now it's not repeating the words, luckily for us. And we can have our Tom character, same thing. And we'll just, again, quick filling out of the characters. So Sam, again, just copying what we did before. Name, Sam, appearance. We'll give them very similar. We'll just copy and paste, right? We'll be a little bit lazy here because we've already went through this. So we'll just take a lot of the things we used before and just apply them, and maybe we'll change a few things here and there. So all I'm going to do is look at appearance. We'll cut the mustache part out of that. Assuming that the character is young. So we'll get rid of that for the time being. So we'll leave it relatively simple, right? Again, strengths and weaknesses, right? We still want to make sure that this is true. For every character, we have a weakness, right? We can make them a little bit more awkward. Maybe they're a little bit more introverted, or I can also put that under personality as well, or weakness, depending on what type of where I want to push that, right? So for this, I'll say that for him as an individual, we'll say his introvertedness is a little bit more of a weakness than a personality trait. However, and again, we can do that little note. We could say, however, right? If he's dealing with his strength, something he may be good at, then maybe, you know, maybe he's not, maybe he's able to open up, right? Not be shy. That's another word we can use here, as well as fit it into the personality. Shy. You can put that there as well, shy. And that's all we're doing. So we gave the character quite a few weaknesses, or, you know, things that they can improve on. We can say they're good at, let's say they're young, let's say they play video games, but they're good at them. And we'll even emphasize what type of video game they're good at, right? We'll say they're good at fighting games. And that's when, you know, when the character's talking about this, their hobby, what they've become good at, they're able to communicate way more effectively, right? Personality. I know I spelled that wrong. So what do they, you know, what do they want? We will say, since we've already established what type of story we want this romantic story, right? Well, let's assume they're a bit more introverted. Right? We're looking at what we have. We're just applying it to here. What does the character want? They want to come out of the closet, right? Something that's understandable. Closet, right? Something that's understandable. That's a phrase, you know, coming out of the closet. You know, being open with yourself. Telling people, you know, being comfortable with saying that you're gay, you know. So now we have a block. We know what the character wants to achieve and how they go about doing it. Again, we may want to answer that here as well. You know, with their partner's help. You know, we're thinking ahead. We're thinking about like where they would be later on, right? With their partner's help, they communicate to their parents the truth, right? So all I did was think about a block of where we can have that in the story, and all I did was answer the question, right? We're keeping it relatively simple. Is there any other parts of the story or character that we want to emphasize here? Personality, what they want. Oh, what is your character value, right? Again, we are really trying to make this character as filled out as possible here. So they value being accepted, right? Because that falls right in line with what we were discussing. That falls in line with wanting to be, you know, wanting to come out. That falls in line with everything else. Again, I'm keeping it simple. All I'm doing is thinking about like what would fit under this type of story. And then, you know, finding a partner that loves you, right? They would value that, right? Easy, right? Nothing, we are not making this complicated. We are simplifying it down to things connecting, right? That's all I'm doing when I'm writing a character sheet. At least for me. You don't have to make things connect. I'm just saying, I think you're gonna have an easier time when you do it that way. At least I find that it's easier to follow from point A to point B. You can go, okay, that makes sense because of this, and that makes sense because of that, right? And then you would make a character sheet for Tom, and then do the same exact thing for this character. And we talked about romantic, right? We talked about romantic chemistry, and I already talked about something I personally prefer in relationships is that when there's a little bit of, personality difference between the two characters, right? So with that in mind, we would make this character the extrovert, right? And maybe they come across as, since they're talking a lot more, say in school, say in a place where, you would meet a lot of other people. Let's say, and we're also saying we were talking about, I was talking about the Rel animated short in a heartbeat, right? We can say we were inspired by that. The character that Redhead falls in love with seems to come across as very popular, based off of the information we see. Popular. Again, give them an appearance. Just go down the list, right? I won't do it again since we want to move on. Point is, we want to fill that out at some point. So now we thought about our characters, at least two of them so far, to some degree, right? We thought about our genre and the way we want to block it in a simple way. We can start to fill that out in our first draft. So again, think of a hook. Again, you don't have to immediately think of your hook, but I said, right, you want to pose a question. That's one way you can hook in your audience to go, ooh, why is this happening? Or how is this happening? Where are we? You're trying to engage your audience, right? You're trying to pose a question. So maybe we introduce another character. We introduced Sam's characters, and we talked about, under the mom and dad. We already talked about this earlier, being against it, right? We can have one of those characters be introduced here. The dad, whatever his name is. You can start off with some dialogue here. Get up to your room now. And I wrote says from purpose, and I didn't do anything else. So we're just thinking about, okay, so, why is his father saying this dad character saying this, right? That's the question we were trying to pose through this statement that we just made, this dialogue as well. And then we would maybe take some time to answer that question or fill in some of the details, like where are we, things like that. Where all we're doing is taking the information we already filled out in our pre-writing and just looking at where these things could fit in our first draft, and then so you could do it in little beats, like little I'm trying to find like a little dot thing that I can use, but I'm not seeing it on my keyboard, so whatever. So again, we can list again in our first draft of what things do we want to see happen, and we can start to block it in very specific ways. So we can say we want to establish here Sam's family here, the home life, etc., etc. these are things we can talk about wanting to establish. And then 2, once we've gotten past those blocks, we've written about them, let's assume for simplicity's sake. 2, talk about, the difference between that and, say, school. Enter however many characters you're going to have for this, how the same character interacts with those characters, with other schoolmates, right? And then 3, we're going to introduce pretty early on this secondary character, this Tom character, this romantic interest character, right? So now we have a little bit we can work with here, just from looking at these 3 things, right? So we can just start to really fill these out. We want to use descriptors to describe the home life, what kind of house they live in. We can talk about, again, what the dad's like. We can establish character here through dialogue or through directness. There are different ways we can go about doing it. And I'm leaving it open. I'm not writing exact things. I'm just saying I'm just noting possibilities at this point in time. And again, for school, how they're interacting with, how this individuals are interacting with other school people, and then how does this secondary character, the romantic interest, how does that change from this, right? Because I talked about this earlier, right? There's a difference in between romantic chemistry and, what type of chemistry friends have, right? Or just people who are, casually walking and talking and typical stuff, right? So here, we're trying to establish something very distinct, right? We're trying to distinguish here, how does Sam interact with other people? Then how does he interact when he meets with this Tom character? Because we want to make that distinction. We want to say, okay, so we want to see that there is very clearly a romantic chemistry. We want to establish that, right? And we want to make sure that it's different from the way he's interacting with these people. So that's all we're doing. We're really simplifying it. And, when you can say something along the lines of, like, again, when Sam sees Tom, using the heartbeat example, right? That's a very cliched line in romantic stories. The heart skips a beat. People will likely kind of go, okay, there's something a little bit different going on there when you put that type of obvious line in your narrative, right? And again, we can also talk about even before then, right? We want to maybe even block off who is Tom. You could write it this way. In these little blocky, block it off. And all I'm doing is starting to, think about the different blocks that I want to see in my story. And that could be what was considered what I consider a first draft, right? Excuse me. So all I'm trying to do is write things out now. Not worry too much about spelling, not worry too much about format yet. All I'm doing is looking at what kind of story I want. I know that I want a romantic story, so I'm starting to block it in a way that can start to have that happen, right? And we have our first obvious block here, right? When the two interact. Because we're trying to make a very distinct difference between how Sam interacts with other people and how he interacts with this individual. Excuse me. So now that we have that, and what would we typically see, assuming that these characters are younger at this point in time, earlier in the story, right? Again, it doesn't have to be this way, but let's keep it simplistic for the time being and say we're trying to write a linear story, right? A story that goes from a starting point to a finishing point, and maybe there are certain little breaks between that might break up the linear part of that up, but for the time being, we'll say that we are following that narrative. So there are the younger characters, and we could talk about what we want to do to get them older later on, right? So maybe Sam runs away. But Tom's like, huh? Well, what's that all about, right? Right? And all I'm doing is blocking different things I want to see in my story. Tom checks in on Sam. And maybe they do that at his house, right? At Sam's house. So now we talked about the parents, right? We know that the parents are... we established in our heads in the pre-writing that the parents are going to be against it, right? Against the LGBT, right? So we can say that their interaction goes as follows. We can have a 6, and the parents raise a little flag in their head. Right? Again, going right back to the beginning, right? What did we establish about our character, right? He's an introvert. He's very to himself. The parents likely know this, right? They're his parents. And we can talk about, again, we can just establish who the parents are, write them character sheets, give them strengths and weaknesses. Same thing, just go right down the list, right? And then we go, okay, so in this, we've come to this block where the parents see this other person, a young kid, get to the house, knock on the door, do whatever. And the little flag goes up in their head, because they're like, huh, that's a little weird, right? Or whatever they're going to say, right? So now we're starting to establish that there is some sort of, hesitance, right? But maybe we want to save the whole, they're strictly against it later on. Maybe we want to say, maybe want to give the audience a little bit of a preamble, a little bit of a setup to a payoff that we've probably seen before in media somewhere. I'm sure some people can think of an example. Again, all I'm doing, is thinking about who these characters are, how they're interacting with one another, and so yeah. So we can say that it goes over pretty awkwardly, right? So the two do manage to get to talk, and we can have some more dialogue between the two. And what we can do here is reaffirm information, because we as the audience, we probably understand at this point that Sam likes video games. We might have established that somewhere up here, right? We might have said, well, he went up to his room and he played some video games, right? We might have written that up here. And then all we're going to do is reaffirm that statement down here. Like Tom's trying to, him being the extrovert, right? Again, just thinking about how characters are in the story, him being the extrovert is probably going to lead the conversation, right? That's what my brain is immediately thinking, right? And eventually, somewhere in this little block, we can have, Tom discover what Sam's whole deal is about the whole video game thing, and we can see Sam start to open up, right? So that's something we want to see established here at this point in this block. Sam opens up. And I'm just talking about in general. He's not, confirming the big thing yet, right? We're not even there yet. We're just talking about talking in general, like that's all we're doing. And we already have 7 blocks of information. Each of these, by the way, these 7 blocks can be a paragraph each. Right. Again, descriptors. So we can even go on ahead. Let's assume that we've blocked out everything we wanted to at this point. And I know we haven't, but let's assume we have. Let's assume we went through our first draft. We filled in the information here. And we're looking at our second draft, right? Have this information now. Excuse me. So here is where we're going to start to look at other things. We're going to look at editing at this point, right? And all the more, all the more technical stuff from here on out. Assuming we've blocked the rest of the story up in the way we want, we have enough interesting blocks, so we can talk about paragraphs. So paragraph is at minimum 5 sentences long. So again, we go through the first block. We go, okay, so what do we want to do, right? We want to establish Sam's family in at least 5 sentences. That shouldn't be too hard. We already have the information, assuming we went through the character sheets, right? We went through the mom character sheet, we went through the dad character sheet, we wrote those out. We could just fill in that information here, right? In unique ways. We don't have to just say the character is this, this, and this. We don't have to do that, but let's just say for simplicity's sake that we did, for the time being. And again, you could even, if you did that, we can even create a new paragraph and talk about what their home is like. Descriptors, what does their household physically look like? What does the building look like? That we can talk about each room, right? And then we could talk about the school. What does the school look like? That could be a paragraph. Right, we can get there. We could talk about some of the other students as well. That could take up however many, We can talk about Tom, this block. Talk about who's Tom, again, using that character sheet. Then we could talk about this big one, right? We could even write, when, we see them in a hallway. I'd say that's the scenario. We've determined our location, they're in a hallway. And we see Sam, and we still want to keep this in line, so use in heartbeat phrase. Or their heart skips a beat. Right? So all we're doing is taking these little beats that we've written about, and we're just expanding upon them. That's all we're doing. I'm trying to make this not as complicated as possible, as long as this video is. And again, I'm trying to explain it as if you know, this may be someone's first writing experience. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. So we're just going to go down that list, paragraph them, and then we're going to go through our spell checks. Right? We want to make sure everything, thumbs up, right? No misspelled words. Perfect. So let's talk about, let's say we have some dialogue, right? And we went through some dialogue, and we have a lot, we start to reread what we wrote, right? Let's say, for the sake of this example, we have a dialogue that's going like this. Ba 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 ba. Do you see an issue yet? I hope you do. Right? So now we have this. Let's assume that these characters are having a back and forth. But we're going, oh, wait a minute. As you're reading through, my wording here, I'm saying said a lot here between these two characters. You know, because whatever. All I'm doing is writing in the way I, you know, understand. Whatever. That's just an example. We're not saying that that's the exact sentence. Point being that we have a lot of this going on, a lot of said going on. We're going, okay, so we wrote our first draft, assuming that we went through this blocking phase. Things are in paragraphs, we have some dialogue now, but now we're looking at it and we're going, okay, so now we have some dialogue, but through their conversation we are seeing that a lot of the times I'm using the word said. So we can change that up, right? So again, just understanding who the characters are, Sam being the introvert, we can replace that and say nervously spoke, right? And all I'm doing is thinking about, okay, so again, how is the character behaving? And I'm applying that to the way they speak their dialogue. That's all I'm doing. Keeping it really simple. And I'm trying to, you know, change this up a bit. Because, you know, I'm going through it and I'm going saying, oh, we can do a little bit better than that. We can actually help establish our characters through the way they speak, right? Nervously. We know what nervousness is. We can even expand upon that as well, right? Knees shaking, or body shaking. If we could say that beforehand. Oops. Sam's body was shaking as he nervously spoke. So now all I did was create a physical, you know, interpretation of he's an introvert and he's shy, and, you know, I'm thinking about all the things I just wrote and I'm thinking about it and I'm going, okay, so how can I implement that in a way that I didn't use any of those words, right? I didn't say he's shy. I didn't say he's an introvert. All I did was go, his body was shaking, and he's speaking nervously. And people can go, oh, so he's a little bit, you know, nervous about his interaction. You know, people can probably pick up on that. And then Tom can confidently respond. Again, we're trying to mix up our wordage here. That's all I'm doing. Confidently responded. Past tense. Or in the tense of they're responding. So, of course, if they are asking a question, right? Sam asked, right? That's a question. How are you doing, right? And we end it with a question mark. Simple. And we talked about that dad example, right? That hook. Even though I erased it. Oh no, I didn't. It's right here. So now we can look back at this dialogue here. The dad says. Now we can go, okay, well, let's say he yelled, right? And now we can change this period to an exclamation point. Now we're just looking at it. This says something different, right? Now we're establishing that the voice is, doing more. There might be a little bit more trouble involved in the way we're setting this up now. That's all I'm thinking about. Like, how can we change these words to start to help define who our characters are? And I'm doing that through the dialogue in this instance. So we have our dialogue. Let's get rid of these two for now. We'll leave it at this for now, right? And we went through that, and we're going through our other wording, and all we're doing is going, okay, so, what, again, this being a second draft, assumingly, what parts are being dispelled, you're thinking in a more critical lens. All you're doing is going through, making sure everything's spelled right, and using your commas and the ways you're meant to. Using your periods, using your question marks where they're needed. Excuse me. And that's all we're doing. Keeping it nice and short and simple. So, let's say that we go through our story, we go through all of this. Again, our 7 blocks that we've created thus far. And they're a paragraph each. I'm going through, okay, is the spelling okay? Is the dialogue informing the audience of something? So on and so forth. Are the descriptions of the other things, up to snuff? Can I get a picture of my head when I'm describing the home? Things like that. So now we're just thinking in that way. We're just taking the next logical step, but we're simplifying it in this blocking format. So we go through, and let's say we reach back to the 7th point, and we go, okay, so we know that that's not the end of the story, right? And let's say even we took some time off, right? We can go, okay, assuming that you saved it. By the way, save often, just as a general safety tip of documents. So I'll go ahead and do that. Click the save there, just so we are keeping up to date. And we go, okay, so what are the rest of our blocks? We can just go through them. What's 8, 9, and 10. And when do we want to reach the thing? The moment, right? We want to build up to it. We want to make sure everything is established. So maybe we went through a few more points here. So let's skip ahead. Well, let's say we get to point 10. Let's get a little bit cliched here, right? It's Valentine's Day, the day of romance, or for some people, the day of recognizing that you're single or whatever, right? So now we're using a very cliche thing. And all we're doing is inserting that Sam has now discussed with Tom. They have some chemistry. We recognize Sam's chemistry a lot more due to the whole his heart skipping a beat. We can, if that's there, we can recognize that the way he interacts with this other character is very different. There's some sort of chemistry that we are building upon, and we could again play off of their very different characters in terms of their hobbies. Sam being more video game oriented, and this Tom character being, let's say, sport oriented. So yeah, we went through those. We'll say for simplicity's sake we know what those are already. And we want to get to that big one, right? So it's Valentine's Day. We can establish that that's happening, and maybe we see a little bit more of the mom and dad here as Sam's going to school. Maybe we see them share a kiss, right? It's Valentine's Day. They're trying to keep their spark up or whatever. And maybe, again, just creating more different parallels between our characters. Maybe the Tom character that we've established, maybe we make his parents' relationship different, let's say. Again, just keeping them a little bit separate, right? But they've already communicated, and they are able to, again, we have already established this, so, Tom's home life might be something we might want to bring up at some point. Just so we're giving each character here, the two ones that we are focusing on, we want to make sure that they both have something. Again, this is where understanding what a very important aspect of romantic tension or romantic chemistry comes from, is that you have to do both characters justice. Doing one character justice and just saying the other character is just whatever, along for the ride or whatever, is very lazy writing. So we want to make sure we're establishing somewhere this, again, we're establishing who is Tom here. In general, right, we talk about how he's into sports here, right? And all we're doing here is talking about his family situation. We're talking about something slightly different. So we talked about who he is as an individual, and now we're talking about what his home life is. And we've already established Sam's home life, right? Up here. That's all we did. We really simplified this. But now we're here, Valentine's Day. The mom and dad of Sam's mom and dad. I'll use the fancy thing to represent and. So now, Sam already knows what that is, right? Even at his age. You can have him respond in the typical young fashion, right? Yuck or whatever, or like, ugh, doing that whole thing. It's very cliched again. Again, I understand cliches. Things you typically see, right? A lot or very often. So, that is established. Now we have Sam once again encountering Tom, the invite. And maybe we can establish that the letter, because they, we can say that they go through the whole school thing of like, oh, you have to write the Valentine's cards or whatever. We can say the card has something different in it, right, for this Tom character. Because again, when I'm doing that, right, when I'm saying it's different, what I'm only saying is I'm reaffirming that their relationship with each other is not like a friendship. There's something more going on. And we haven't even gotten to the first step, right? And here, this whole first talk here, we can even say that this came across to one of them, more likely to Tom here, as a date, right? But Sam might have not have recognized that. Well, again, creating that distinction between the two characters. And Tom is like reconsidering stuff, right? And Sam is a little bit more oblivious to what this implication mean. You know what this implication is. You know, inviting someone over, hanging out. So they're doing it again. They're gonna do it again. They're gonna invite. But this time, we're gonna create a unique block here. We're gonna say the first kiss happens, right? Whoops. So now we can create a whole situation about how we build up to this, right? And all I'm doing here is, again, I'm blocking it. I'm saying, okay, this is what I want to happen. Again, this is going back to the first draft here. And going, okay, so we've went through these little steps, these little blocks that we've decided to break this story down into. This is going to be the section where they share their first kiss. Again, them being young, considering that. Where are they? You know, just going right back to the questions. Where are they when this happens? How does it end up happening? Right? Again, all we're doing is thinking about those questions, answering those questions in an effective manner. We can say it's at Sam's house. Maybe they were playing some games, because, like, Tom's trying to, you know, again, have Sam remain opened up here. And at some point, you know, who would take that first step? Well, we've seen, again, here's where we can flip it, right? Now we have Sam doing the thing, right? Even though he was the introvert. So that's how we're going to flip it. We're going to say Sam makes this move, right? Because he, as we established earlier, he's the one who saw the kiss earlier, right? That's all I did is think about it, right? We established here that he saw the kiss, so he's like, let me do that to Tom here. And now we can move on from there. We can move on to the next block. So, in a story, somewhere here, we're going to eventually reach what is known as, in storytelling, a climax. So the climax is the crux, where the big thing happens, right? In this case, for the sake of this story, we could say Sam and Tom get caught, right? The big thing happens by Sam's parents kissing. So let's say they shared their first kiss in secret, right? We're leading up to it, but later on they're communicating. We're building up to that climax. Maybe we've even done a few other things beforehand to set this up. But again, we're curving it up to a climax, right? And we want to get to this point. So we've seen them share the first kiss. A few other things happen. This happens. Now we have to reaffirm. And again, this can be where we officially establish, as late as it is, now we see the parents, right, Sam's parents transition from, they had that earlier flag that we set up before, now it's a red flag. Uh-oh. And again, I'm only thinking about assuming that we've written the characters, the mom and the dad in the character sheet, and we said, okay, they're going to be against this, the whole LGBT thing. So now we go, uh-oh, red flag, right? Earlier, we established that there was some sort of flag, it wasn't a red flag. But now they're like, nope, we're going to have to have some sort of talk or whatever, right? So after the climax, we have our falling action, and then our ending, right? I forget what the phrases for building up to the climax. I'm pretty sure it's like rising action, right? Rising action. Again, it's like a slope. So the rising action, we can actually say that that's this, right? The first kiss. The first kiss. Things have escalated to the next step, right? We're rising up to our climax. We're establishing now that they are seeing each other in a different way, in a more romantic way. We've given the hints. We've established all that in the story that we just made up. We have our climax. We understand what that is, right? The penultimate, and we have decided that the climax is a little bit obvious, them getting caught by the parents, the red flag, and now we have our falling action, right? What happens, and then how does the story end? So, just because, and I want to make note, just because this is called a rising action, this is called a falling action, those two things do not indicate length. I want to make that very clear right now. The climax could actually be something relatively short. It could be. It doesn't have to be. It could be. Like this scene could, again, it's relatively short, right? And falling action, right, is we want to come to some sort of conclusion, right? We want the parents to have a character arc of becoming acceptance. So let's say, for an example, right? It doesn't have to be this, but let's say we came to that conclusion. Become, accept. So between this, right, the climax and the falling action, there's things you can do in between. This is like the end of the falling action, right? Or this could even like come in contact with the ending, right? The parents accepting it. That can even fall into the ending category if you think about it. And then become end. Sam and Tom becoming a couple, right? That's where we can end our story. Like in a more official capacity, like they use the terminology and everything, all that good stuff. So the falling action is trying to get the parents to understand, right? You might want to also talk about, where their relationship is now. You might want to cover that as well in your falling action. Where is Sam's and Tom's relationship now? And again, all I did was go back to my questions, right? Where? In this instance. I'll create a little bit of a just so we're keeping it a little bit more organized here. Uh-oh, it's doing the thing. No. Oh well. You get the picture, right? So all I did. So now we're at a point, right, where we have our rising action. God damn it. Our climax, which is this. Our falling action. We're now going to establish where their relationship is advancing here. They had their first kiss, officially. And they even have their second kiss actually here, but they get caught there. So now maybe they're trying to be a bit more secretive or whatever, right? Maybe they're being a bit more secretive here. But they're trying to very slowly do this. Right, getting the parents to understand. So that they can become open and get to hear, right? Be, open about being a couple, loud and proud. And again, all I'm thinking about is how do I curve it? How do I move it in that way so it's not like a drop, right? We're not dropping anything. We are baby stepping, we are goose stepping. Step by step. And again, the character arcs for the parents could be relatively short. Again, we were having the character arc start here, falling action. The parents were trying to get them to understand. And we already established them at the beginning, so we know who they were at the beginning. We saw the flags. Then we see the climax, and now we understand that it's a red flag. They're not cool with the soul relationship at first. So now we have to do a lot more here after this. How many more conversations, how many more talks are we talking about here to get us from this point to this point, to the ending. So we talked about paragraphs briefly, right? Let's assume that we went through our list here. And, our first kiss is at point number 12, right? That's a lot of steps already, right? So again, our rising action, we have our start. From the start to the rising action, that took about 12 pages, right? Let me see. Oh, did I go too far? Oh, we went through 12 points, not 12 pages. Right, to get to that point. So, here's where I have to do a little bit of estimating, right? Let's assume that these are a paragraph each. We've filled them out, right? 12 paragraphs is probably, I want to say 10, 15 pages maybe. So 15 pages between that maybe. If that fits with the paragraph. Again, I'm estimating it could be up to 20. Let's be generous here. So that takes between the 15 and the 20 pages, these two bits. We have our middle, our climax, the first kiss, which is probably the end of the rising action, so let's say that is indeed the page 20, and then, we can have build up between their first kiss and their climax kiss, the one where they get caught, right? They're probably communicating a lot more between these two things. So let's be generous. We're filling in more blocks here. Let's assume we get another good chunk in, let's say 40, right? And then our falling action, this shouldn't have taken too long, so we're probably still around 41, 42 if we've written a lot, right? Based off of that, 42. So a novel, right, talking about having that space, you have, 40 more pages to get to here, our falling action to our ending. That is a lot of material you have to work with, so you can take your time, right? You have about 40 more pages of content that you can fill in here between the falling action and your ending. So again, I'm trying to make the pages seem a lot less scary, because I talked about that at the very beginning, right? How when you think about a novel and how many pages it is, and once you actually start to block it, once you actually start to write in this format, that can be very useful, you're going to see that a paragraph is not that long. Let's see, this is the first sentence, right? Dot, and then we're just going to copy that, and we're going to paste it. We're going to test this a little bit, right? Let's assume that our sentences are this short, right? And we just copy and paste, and we go, okay, so that's sentence 2, that's sentence 3, that's sentence 4, and that's sentence 5. So I'm assuming we went through that, and then we go paragraph, indent, and then next paragraph, right? Paragraph. Note how much space that takes up, right? That's not even a page worth of content, because the sentences are very short. Now, all I did was write, this is the first sentence, and then I can replace that with second, third, and fourth, but it's going to do that replace thing, so that's why I just copied and pasted it as it is. So again, just filling in your details, making sure your sentence structure isn't as simplistic as this, hopefully. Using your descriptors, what does what does your location look like, who are these characters, how are they interacting with each other. So once you start to think in that format, this is going to start to look a lot bigger, right? Naturally. So that's how we're going to get these pages to fill in a lot more easily in our second and third drafts, and however many drafts you want to go through. Someone who's trying to republish my own book, I went through rewriting it completely 4 times, about that many times, so keep that in mind. Again, just a little bit. So, we went through drafting and editing there. We went through the hook. We've covered a lot, and we reached our ending, right? They became accepted. We have our story, essentially. And then all you have to do is go through it again, and then, as you really start to think about it, again, if you just block that off into the next draft of just editing, focusing on editing, focusing on what I talked about in the descriptors of how you can make the dialogue fit the characters and things like that, we can start to really create situations through blocking it this way. What you want to see in your story when you are following your little thing here. And so we've created a pretty effective story, let's just say. So that's as simple as it gets, as far as writing is concerned. So yeah, that's all I have for this video, in terms of the advice that I can give. Hopefully, that has been sufficient. This video is very long. I'm going to be chopping it in with the other section. So hopefully this did quite a few, it brought you through the steps, brought you through that understanding of where I find genre to be important. Went through the theme, if you're, the rule, the world building, all that stuff earlier. So hopefully this video will be a more in-depth guide to becoming an objectively better writer, right? Being able to answer those questions effectively. That's the key word, effectively, right? And the more you practice it, the more you answer those questions, again, the easier and easier it's going to get. Just like how when you practice drawing, when you start drawing a lot, and then, you start to just be able to do lines like it's nothing, right? So that's about what I got. Hopefully, again, I know this video was, again, a bit long, but I really wanted to share my way of, like, handling how to block things down, how to simplify, again, what goes into your what can go in your pre-writing, what can go into your first draft, and hopefully I've broken it down. And if there are any things that you feel like I missed out on, let me know in the comments. Maybe I might make a follow-up video. But hopefully for the time being, I hope that this long video has, in essence, given some maybe new writers, maybe someone who's even been writing for a while, one specific guide to help break down these elements, simplify them as if it were code almost, right? I went through that example a few times throughout this, even through the theme, right? We broke it down into code almost. And that's all we did, and we all and that's a phrase I did because I'm trying to say that what we're doing is simplifying it, right? We're blocking it down, we're simplifying it, we're looking at, what parts we want to see in our story, and I wanted to give this final example to show that, you can block it even further, again, as I brought up here, and these points, and you can, again, expand on these in any way you want to, really. And again, you rate your characters how you want to write them. Different strengths, different weaknesses, but they must have weaknesses. So yeah, and the one thing I'll note about this type of story here before I end is that in this instance, the parents would be the antagonist, right? They are not villains. They're not, like, super bad guys. They're antagonists. They are opposing our protagonist, the people who we are following, Sam and Tom, right? They're going through this whole thing. They're developing these relationships with each other, and the parents are the ones who are opposing it. They are opposing the characters' desires, their wants, becoming the antagonist in that way. So think of antagonists that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bad person, per se. And again, you can delve more into that. Who are the parents exactly? Again, going through their character sheets, making sure, there's substance within those characters as well. If you're going to write those characters, who are the classmates? Are those characters you want to establish in your story? Again, writing character sheets for them. Again, all we're doing is taking each character and blocking it, right? In that format, and then saying, okay, so now we have our clear antagonist, the parents, and we're trying to shift them from the falling action to the ending. And again, we have a lot of room to do that based off of this estimate of how many pages we have currently. It might be a bit more, might be a bit less, but again, I'm being very loose when I do the page thing. Just note that. So hopefully that will help as well. Again, the antagonist of a horror film will likely be the killer, right? The antagonist of the mystery genre would probably be the criminal, right? Again, I'm just thinking about, like, going back to genre and how to apply that one answer, right, to these things. There might not necessarily always be an antagonist, but there usually is. Again, not always. So yeah, hopefully that little tip will help you out as well. And with that, I think I will want to close out. So, if you found this video, this lengthy video about how to become an objectively better writer useful, if you went through the whole thing, and if you ended up enjoying it, then please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, make sure to leave a comment if I missed anything. Also, my second link will leave you to my Patreon page. Any donations are desperately needed. I'm poor, so any donations, again, are desperately needed and will help out a lot. So hopefully, again, that'll help. This little block will help you out. And again, if I missed anything, I went through a lot, so hopefully I covered a lot. So hopefully this was useful. Probably a bit on the long side, but I think it's fine. Again, I wanted to go more in depth. So yeah, there you go. So do the things, like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.